Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Cold Topic Podcast, episode 28, I think, to episode 26 or something. I am Sacrabalic, your envoy of hope, and I am here with my lovely co-host.
Hi, I'm John, aka ConquertheJohn, the guy that has a million ads and creator codes.
Well, hey, guess what? Can't do shit about that now, can I?
No. Shameless plug.
Okay. So, full disclosure on tonight's podcast. First off, you know what, John? My recap is probably, I am hoping, longer than your recap. So why don't you actually kick us off with this one?
So yeah, here's a quick recap. I haven't streamed at all since last podcast, and I know we talked about I might do it, but I also had to play a game that I didn't want to play on stream because I don't like playing new games on stream.
Yes, you've mentioned that before because you're a huge coward.
It's not so much that more so like I want to just experience the game and not so much like play it for other people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I enjoy it more when it's just like a solo adventure, you know what I'm saying?
No, I get you.
Yeah.
But you have said before that the reason you don't play new games on stream is you're afraid you're not going to have anything to say.
Well, that's also true too, yeah. Because I'm experienced for the first time, so I'm like I don't really have. I'm more of an awe and like wonderment when I'm playing a new game, and I don't really. There's not much to say except for ooh, that's cool.
Which is
Didn't
like
see that coming.
The opposite of me, who plays most of my games for the first time on stream and is like, "What is happening?" Oh.
Yeah. Like I'll play like an older game for the first time, like no problem. Like I don't mind that, but like new games, I also need to experience like a new game like immediately when it comes out too. So I need to play it as quick as possible, and that doesn't work when you're streaming because like I'll stream for maybe 3 hours a night, but I can play a game by myself for like 4 or 5 hours like a night. So there's like. I just like doing that kind of like solo thing, you know?
I get it. There's some games I would rather play myself the first time also.
Yeah, I just like playing with myself.
Yeah.
But other than that, just working. I worked 69 hours last week, which was pretty cool.
Okay, giggity.
Giggity, exactly. I stopped specifically at 69 hours so I could have that joke. Not for the podcast, but just in general.
Just in general, yeah.
And I've been playing a lot of Diablo 4 since it came out. So.
That's not a topic this time, though.
And then it will not be a topic until next time.
Oh, okay. I might have a topic. Yeah, more topics next time also. So
yeah, there'll be a few.
Full disclosure for the audience is that this episode of Cold Topic is a little topic light, actually. And it's also
very cold on the topics.
Not that cold, actually. So we're kind of lying with our title. And so, like, John doesn't have a lot of topics. I don't have a lot of topics. But you all know that I'm an entertainer at heart, right? Everyone knows that. The show must go on. So at some point in this podcast, I have left a little surprise. A little bit of a surprise. Just to keep everyone interested and engaged. John doesn't know about this.
I do not.
Because I didn't put it on the schedule I gave him. But at some point, something's going to pop off. And y'all ain't going to be ready for it. And so, in honor of that, I'm just going to have to say that... Oh, wait. What the fuck? What's that? Oh no. Oh, what?
What happened?
Oh, something.
We got technical difficulties.
Yeah, hold on. A little issue with the stream. Okay, I think we're back. All right. All right, so.
Hey, we're back.
Now that we're back.
Your Torchic has evolved.
Hello, everyone. And welcome to the Aunt Topic Podcast. I am your host, Sacrabalic, the expanding supernova, and I'm here with my lovely guest.
Also an aunt. Auntie John, they call me.
We're drinking a nice strawberry. This is watermelon. I'm a fucking liar. Watermelon margarita.
Oh, okay. That is a weird flavor for a margarita, but I dig it.
Well, that's what we're drinking. I thought the acidity would complement
I
it.
feel like I feel like I should go run and grab a beer now because I was not aware we were doing a drinking podcast tonight.
Well, with the amount of topics we have, what the
It's
fuck
gotta be
else are we
entertaining
gonna be doing?
I'm drinking G Fuel, but I will stop. I will cease the G Fuel and have a nice peach Lindenkugel.
All right, yeah, so there's not a lot of topics, but like I was saying, there's going to be a little bit of a surprise. John doesn't know about it. It's not on the schedule, but it will be fun. Now, I did have two things I wanted to talk about. We don't have graphics for them. The first one, I believe, is it says Twitch, right? Is that the first one I have up there? Oh, actually, before that, yeah. So here's my explanation for not having any fucking topics to talk about. As y'all know, I have an anime channel. And for over a year now, Ed has uploaded a minimum of 3 videos every single week to that channel. For over a year, I've maintained that schedule, which is 156 videos every year minimum, right?
A lot of videos.
Yeah, thank you. Now, as you can imagine, however, and unfortunately I have to say this, those videos, just to pull back the curtain a little bit, they don't grow on trees or fall directly out of my asshole. I have to make these videos.
That is very true, yeah.
Yeah.
As someone who has one video that he's been working on for 2 years, I understand that.
Yeah, so unfortunately these videos have to be produced by a person. I have to get the assets, I have to make the thumbnails, I have to fucking edit the damn videos, record the audio, throw it all together, then I have to fucking upload this shit. Now, just to pull back the curtain a little further, you might think, oh dang, Zach, you do that fucking for 3 videos every single week? No, I don't. Videos are uploaded very far in advance, sometimes months and months in advance. But for the past few months, adjusting to the new job, was watching like Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, which has like 150 episodes. Mix that in with the request I got to watch Iron-Blooded Orphans, which is over 50 episodes. And the backlog catalog was looking a little light at the time, is what I'm saying. Excuse me. In fact, I think it was scheduled to expire like next week, like next Friday, as I think, not next Friday as in this Friday, like coming up, but next Friday as in next week's Friday, was the end, was all the videos I had uploaded. Like my schedule was depleted. So unfortunately, I've spent about a week and a half just making fucking videos for this goddamn anime channel. Uploading them ahead of time. Unfortunately, I still didn't make as many as I would have wanted because I only have videos until like late July, but I don't have all the way through July, so I didn't even manage to clear a full month with what I had. But at the very least, I'm good for a while. And so, yeah, I was like, oh, I'm gonna beat fucking Fire Emblem. You're gonna see my Fire Emblem review. I didn't fucking play Fire Emblem. I didn't have time. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm relatively in the same place I was last time I was at Fire Emblem. Did buy a new game. Haven't played that either. We'll talk about that probably a little later in the stream.
That's fair.
But, yeah, so that's what I was doing, just making videos. That was it. I didn't manage to get anything. Oh, God. The salt does not do the margarita any credit.
Really? Are you a sugar guy or?
I'm definitely a sugar person, but I was told.
Really? I'm a salt man.
I called Mama Sack. Mama Sack, I'm like, hey, you're a bartender. How do you make a margarita? And she's like, here's how you make a margarita. And I'm like, what do you do with the glass and the preparation? And she's like, oh, you got to salt that fucker. So I put salt on it. Woo! No. No.
What kind of salt did you use? Like actual like kosher salt?
I was told what salt to use, and I was like, I don't have that, so I used rock salt.
Oh yeah, that's why you're having a bad time.
It's very
you gotta use like kosher salt.
Yeah, I didn't. So that's what's happening with that, but that's okay. It's not that bad. It was just like that one specific sip was very salty.
Yeah.
I'm almost done with this margarita. Anyway, yeah, that's what I was doing. So yeah, okay, now on to the actual Twitch subject. So Twitch has recently changed its affiliate agreement and its terms of service. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've seen this or heard about this.
I did, and they also backpedaled it to today or
They
yesterday.
backpedaled certain parts of it.
Yeah.
Certain parts have flown completely under the radar. But yeah, it was like branded content was an issue. Like it had to like burned in like video ads had to take up less than 3%, and you can't run an actual ad independent of Twitch's system on the stream. Basically, like they took away your ability to like have sponsorships or run your own commercials independently of Twitch's ad system.
Yeah.
Which, believe it or not, doesn't super affect me. But what does affect me is some of the stuff they changed with their affiliate agreements. Now, also, it's worth noting that Twitch changed the monetization for like for income for like they dropped it for some people from like 70% to 50%. I think mine was already at 50%. But the point is that Twitch made it so you can't not run ads. This has affected me, which is why you see so many like I have my ads minimized and you still fucking seeing ads all the time. I still get complaints about this. There's fucking fuck all I can do about that. Right? So Twitch is like aggressively attempting to monetize streams. Like aggressively. Like they're trying to eat into big streamer money, they're eating into small streamer money. And if it's not even like necessarily like just a money issue, it's they've also made a few other content policy changes that like no one's really talking about. Like multi-streaming, you're familiar with the concept. You stream across multi-platforms. You can't do that according to Twitch's new terms of service. Everyone was really worried about like how much damage the monetization issue would cause, but the big thing is new terms of service change makes it impossible. Even if you are not a Twitch affiliate, even if you are not a Twitch partner, a regular Joe, like if I were to leave the affiliate program, I would still not be allowed to multi-stream under Twitch's new policies.
Which is it's always kind of been like that, but they're really leaning into that. Like
it was only like that because as part of the affiliate partnership agreements, we have to agree to have a 24-hour exclusivity with Twitch. But with the new deal, you straight up cannot multi-stream. It's like banned by the letter. And as far as also like leaving the affiliate programs, Twitch now charges you a like maximum of $25 if either you or they terminate their partnership or affiliate agreements with you. So Twitch is fucking on fire, and like most people are like focusing on like the branded content because that's what the big streamers care about. That's their issues with it. But my issues are like the new content change just didn't just like target like fucking your XQCs or your admin goals. Like I'm also being hit with these new fucking policy changes. And I've talked about how dissatisfied I am with Twitch for like a while. Like like the thing I always say is in my ideal chat scenario, you could basically say or post anything in chat as long as you weren't like harassing anyone or using hate speech or posting something illegal. Like my ideal moderated chat would just be go fucking ham. I do not give a shit. Now, there's not really a platform where you're allowed to go absolutely as insane as I would totally allow my chat to go. But Twitch is very, very heavy on like what you can and cannot say or do on it, which is why I mean I feel like he'll feel kind of bad for it because like most of the time I'm like, well, I'm not offended by what my chat's fucking saying, but if I don't goddamn remove your message, Twitch is gonna get a fucking is gonna get fucking irate at me.
It's over the like so like back when I started like in like 2014 actually, like it was very different than what it is now. Like number one, the affiliate program was way harder to get into. Like the affiliate program didn't exist. It was just a partner program, which was damn near impossible to get to. So back then it was like monetization wasn't even a thought really to a lot of people unless they got to that like partner threshold. So I can understand that. And like the multi-streaming thing, like obviously like that's really annoying, but like the thing that's really getting me is the ads. Like the ads honestly make me not want to stream. That's a big reason why I don't like streaming anymore, because like like I can understand like obviously Twitch is a business, it's a company. As someone who like operates a business daily, I understand why they need to make a profit, but it's only hurting the platform at the end of the day. Like they can find other ways to make money except for running these stupid fucking ads like in our streams when we're not getting nearly enough to have these things run.
I make like 3 cents an ad, I think.
Something like that. Like, let me pull it up what I have on.
I know because I was looking at this yesterday. I made $2 last month, and I streamed for like 27 hours. And they run 2 ads per hour of stream. So they ran, what is that, 54 ads per person viewing across all of my streams last month.
Yeah, okay, I don't have any up-to-date statistics, so I haven't streamed.
Because you haven't streamed.
Yeah. But like I remember looking at it, I think the most I've ever made from ads in ads in a month was probably like $7, I think, like that.
Yeah.
Like, which is it's not worth it at that for like $7, like for like a month of streaming. And like to play these fucking ads, like it's not worth it. I understand like partners make way more off ads.
No,
like,
they don't.
They don't.
No, they changed that. That's one of the things they've changed, is that partners make the same amount of money off of ads. Everyone makes the same money.
It's stupid. Like it's not even worth it at this point. Like honestly, if you want to make like money, just go to Kick.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, people are being like, why would I stream exclusively on Twitch when I can go multi-stream on fucking YouTube, Kick, and Rumble? Right? Yeah. Larger audience, larger span, and we don't have to deal with all this fucking monetization shit. That's actually why I'm bringing up, like, the Twitch content changes, is, I've mentioned before, like, I wouldn't mind if I get fucking banned for Sunrider, but, like, off Twitch, because I'm not particularly attached to Twitch. I'm actually, like, losing my luster with the platform itself. But, like, with these new changes, there is a decent chance that in the next few months, I will, like, migrate. Like, I will be leaving Twitch. I'll just go to YouTube. Like, I'm not going to stop streaming or anything, but I'll probably, over the course of the next few months, start looking into that.
And a lot of people are, like Critical, who I watched, like Penguin Z0 or whatever.
Yeah.
He was talking about, he's like, as soon as my contract with Twitch is up, like, I'm leaving. Like,
yeah.
He's like, I'm just going to stream on YouTube, because, like, YouTube pays more. They do the 70-30 split.
Yeah, they pay a lot more, yeah. So,
like, the only thing that's happening is, like, Twitch is literally just shooting themselves in the foot at this point. And, like, it sucks because, how are you people staying on schedule? We're doing a great job. But, like, it's, like, over the last, like, few years, like, COVID was, like, when that was going on and, like, I started streaming again, like, streaming was fun, you know, like, I had a good time. Like, there's a whole bunch of people, like, on the platform. We were all collaborating. We were all doing stuff. You know, I ended up, like, linking back up with Arsic, and then, like, I met you and stuff like that. Yeah, and, like, I don't know, like, I think that's what's turned me off of streaming, too. It's just, like, the changes they made, and, like, not that I wanna, like, I like when randos come in, like, and that's getting, over the last few years, I've noticed that's, like, a lot harder now, like, with around, like new people coming in and stuff like that, which is made, like, obviously, like, having the normal people in is still a lot of fun, but I like that outside interaction too. And that's one of the reasons why, like, I like streaming, is like for the community and talking to new people and stuff like that. But so, like, that's that's why I've considered, like, if I do go back to streaming, I might do it on a new platform. I'm just not sure which one, and if I actually want to set all that stuff up, and also start from the very beginning too. Like, that's the other thing. Like, I've had people from Twitch from 2016, or sorry, wow, 2014. I gotta stop saying 2016. It's 2014 when I originally started streaming. Like, they show up, like, every once in a while, and that's, like, really cool to see those people that I've known for a good while, almost fucking, like, 7 years now. So it's weird to, like, start over in that regard. So, like, I don't know if I actually want to fully commit to it, but at this point I think I might just be 100% done with Twitch, like, in general, just because it's not a fun platform to stream on anymore, like, no. And that kind of sucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
I got a payout coming relatively soon, so I'm just kind of waiting on that. I think, and then I might, like, I'm seriously looking over it, like migrating over to YouTube.
That honestly might be a good idea. And
I
like,
started on YouTube, honestly, is the thing. So it's not like I'm abandoning like my entire audience. I have my Discord, who, like, most people who like frequent my streams are on Discord anyway. So I don't know. It's also, I'm like streaming like later and later at night. Excuse me. So viewership is down anyway. So it's not like, even if I migrate, it's not going to be a huge. It's not going to be a huge thing. Also, I'm like heavily focusing on getting through favorite search, which is like my number one goal. And like it sounds a little callous, but like at this point, viewership's not a major focus on me. Like I would still stream regularly if it was literally just me. So.
No, I get that, yeah, and like I feel like a move to YouTube would be cool because like we can obviously move the podcast there and just do it specifically on like
there's like a dedicated channel
existing dedicated channel on YouTube.
Yeah,
so I feel like honestly that would be like a solid idea.
So yeah, so look forward to the Twitch Exodus, as people are calling it. People are calling it the death of Twitch and the Twitch Exodus. It's not just going to be me. It's going to be a lot of people are going to be moving off Twitch. And
literally like a whole...
Like over the next few like months or like year or so, or you're going to be watching like more and more people like fucking cutting platform.
Yeah, like I can see like Twitch dying within like a year or two.
I can't see it dying within a year or two. But yeah, they have done a lot of damage in a very short period of time.
Yeah, like the last 6 months at least, like they've really the biggest thing was obviously the 70-30 split, like taking that away because they're like, well, you can make it up with ads. It's like, no, they don't want to make it up with ads. Like nobody wants fucking ads. Like people pay fucking YouTube Premium so they don't get ads. Yep. And then Twitch goes and fucking adds like another fucking like tier to like, instead of like just having like your Amazon Prime, now you can get ad free with Twitch Turbo for $12 a month. Like I don't want to pay for that.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So I said, I don't see this platform lasting a lot longer unless they redact a lot of shit and start like focusing on helping not only like the partner streamers but like the affiliates too, because a lot of the people that are on the platform are affiliate streamers that are like just trying to get noticed, and like this platform is incredibly hard to get noticed.
There's basically no like sorting algorithm for like suggestions. No,
they're like, and like after like the whole like hot tub streamer like exodus too, like even still like it's almost impossible to get found. Like even after that, I think I've seen myself on the top of like maybe like the retro category like maybe twice in my like 3 years of streaming again.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty crazy, honestly. And like I'm not like, I've had like a good like amount, like maybe 16 to 20 people like being up there, but like I should be at least like, you know, halfway somewhere if I have like a solid like 10 people in there. But like it's always like, even if I have 10, like I always find myself at the bottom for some reason. It's very odd.
Well, it's also like Twitch has like a fundamentally different community than like a YouTube or something, or probably either than like a Kick or a Rumble. Like no one's on Twitch because they want to like discover new streamers is the thing. Like it's not a viable platform. Like Twitch doesn't support you. They're constantly taking more and more and more and like fucking over big creators, small creators. I think saying a year is fucking bold. I think there's no way they die in a year, but like over the next couple years we're going to see a decline. Companies die slow is the thing. They don't just like fall down all at once.
Yeah, honestly the thing that's going to keep them going is that like their parent company is Amazon.
So, they have a lot of money.
They got money, yeah. Like that was like Nintendo. Like Nintendo should have been bankrupt multiple times, but they just have so much like old school money that they just keep staying afloat and just keep releasing like banger games sometimes. So
yeah, Nintendo manages to keep itself afloat exclusively on the back of its IPs. Is the thing. Like, I think that's one of the... I don't know if you've heard about this. They're, like, going after the Dolphin emulator.
Yes.
for the
I know,
Steam,
yeah.
because of having the encryption key for like the Wii, which legally they're in the right to do that, but like no other platform would give a fuck is the thing.
But Steam actually ratted it out. Like Steam actually like contacted Nintendo and told them about it.
Oh, really?
That's my favorite part about that story because like you can put whatever you want on Steam. So obviously the people that made Dolphin, they're like, okay, we're gonna put our emulator on it. So Steam was like, cool, but hold on, and they fucking ratted them out to Nintendo. It was like, look what they're doing.
Yeah.
On our platform.
Well, then Nintendo sent a cease and desist to Steam, so that didn't work out great for them. But
yeah.
But I imagine Steam then desisted, so because Steam knows. But yeah, like Nintendo's aggressively anti-emulation. They're like they do not want you to play their shit on any hardware other than Nintendo hardware. And that is because like Nintendo sells a lot of consoles because they have such high grade first party like IPs like Mario, Pokemon, Metroid, Zelda, like Fire Emblem, the fucking Squid Game. What's that Squid Game called? That Squid Game? They have that Squid Game, huh? Splatoon. They have Splatoon. Like, they have IPs that'll... Like, did you hear that fucking lineup? I probably missed something, is the thing.
Yeah, you missed Kirby, obviously. You missed Kirby. How are you gonna...
Did they own Kirby? I didn't even know if they owned Kirby. They own Kirby!
My boy!
Well, I didn't know they owned Kirby.
Yeah, it's, well, yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, you know, I mean, technically, HAL is owned by Nintendo, so yes, they do.
Yeah, so there you go. Yes, they own Kirby. See,
do.
like that is like I was talking like during the Soul Hackers one where it seems like not a lot of video game companies have 3 pillars, and it looks like Atlas is trying to go for a 3rd pillar. Nintendo has like 7 pillars. Like Nintendo survives exclusively on like first party IPs, and that's why they're so defensive of you playing their games on literally goddamn anything else. Is because if they were to like port their games to like fucking Steam, that's it. Nintendo's game over, right? They're not going to sell any more consoles because Nintendo consoles suck. Is the thing. Like, they're cheaply made, they have low-grade hardware, and so if, like, you were able to play the games on literally fucking anything else, you would choose to do that every single time.
Yeah. So, Twitch is gonna die.
You were doing a lot of fucking texting.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Twitch is gonna be dead. Like I wholeheartedly, it might not be next year, but I feel like by 2026, it's gonna be a dead platform.
2026 is more reasonable. I would go.
Yeah.
I'd say 5 years. I'd say 5 years.
Yeah.
So 28, I would go with. But yeah. So yeah, I'll probably be migrating away from Twitch over the next few months. Favorite search is still going to go.
Well, I'm just not sure.
Yeah, favorite search is still going to go on. I'll still be streaming, but like probably not on this platform.
Yeah.
What was the other thing I had on there?
You had announcement.
Oh, was announcement directly after Twitch? I thought I had one thing between that.
No, the only thing that's between it is a blank space. Right. And I'll write your name.
Right? Are you sure?
Swift. Oh, we got any Swifties in here?
Did I really? I swear I had something. Oh, no, yeah, recap Twitch and then announcement. Okay. So, all right, here's the deal. Here's the announcement. All right, I heard something recently.
Mm-hmm.
I heard an announcement.
You heard an announcement.
I've heard an announcement, but I didn't hear it from anyone here. All right? No one contacted me about this announcement. And to be honest, I'm a little upset about this. All right? I feel like I know you fuckers know about this, and not a single fucking one of you told me about this. And I'm upset about this.
I think I know what it is, but... All
right? So I'm offended, and so here is your punishment. Okay? Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. What a thrill. with darkness and silence through the night.
I don't know what's going on.
What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. With fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
Oh, I know. Okay.
I'll give my life, not for
MST.
honor, but
MG.
for you. In my time, there'll be no one else.
I don't have my lighter on me.
Crime. It's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain. Someday you feed on a tree frog. This ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Snake eater.
This is 10 out of 10 content.
I told you, motherfuckers. Welcome to On Topic, bitches.
So yeah, that's my bad. So actually when it was announced, I think I went to go post it in your Discord. But then I think I fell asleep.
Oh. Well, yeah, so Snake Eater announcement. I had to find out about this on my own. And no one told me about it. And I'm like, what the fuck, people? I should know the second a Metal Gear is announced. It should, like, teleport into my brain, this information.
I was honestly surprised Arsik didn't say anything, honestly. Because he was posting in my Discord. And, like, I was watching the same thing he was watching at.
Well, I didn't watch it. But, Snake Eater announcement. I, for one, was a little... you know what? I'm going to be honest. I was a little excited. Might have teared up a little. But, on the other hand, what I will say is that I was a little skeptical at first because I'm like, I'm not going through fucking another Metal Gear with goddamn David Hayter. All right? Or not David Hayter. I'm not going through another game with fucking Kiefer Sutherland. If David Hayter is not Steak, I'm fucking out. But they have said that they are going to have the original voice cast. They've actually specifically stated they are using the original voice lines from the game, which is great. So David Hayter going to be back in the Snake seat for I think like the first time in like 20 years or something.
I don't like that term, Snake seat.
Well, that's what you got. Back in the Snake seat for the first time in like 20 years or something. And I'm all about that shit. What I find interesting is that they specifically mentioned that they're going for a Snake Eater remake. And Konami's like, oh, we thought that Snake Eater being the start of the timeline, that's going to be the easy one to jump into. And like, that would make sense. But I find it also awfully convenient that Snake Eater is arguably the most iconic of the Metal Gear series. And they're announcing it relatively soon after the announcement of Silent Hill 2, the announcement of the most iconic Silent Hill game. So, it's no secret that Konami drove away the entirety of their major development teams. They're big name developers. Like, they drove them all away. I don't think I think everyone knows that at this point, right? Yeah. And so I'm wondering if what they're trying to do is they're trying to like sort of like recapture that old magic by like remaking the most iconic games of their most iconic franchise.
I mean,
Metal Gear
they probably
Snake
see
Eater,
Resident Evil
2
doing
for
it,
Silent
and-
Hill. What I'm saying is, like, in the next year or so, do not be shocked, and I'm going to call it. If it happens, I've called it. Do not be shocked if there is a Castlevania Symphony of the Night remake.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking of the same thing too, honestly, because I mean, why wouldn't they? Why would they not?
I mean,
But see, the thing is, they can fuck it up by not making it 2D and making it 3D, and it would be stupid.
yeah, I don't know. We'll
the
see.
Same plane, because if they make it a like they could have 3D, 2D sprites, like kind of like how like they remade like Samus Returns,
Mm-hmm.
but like if they try to make it like a whole ass 3D game, no.
I don't know. But yeah, I do find it real interesting that they're like seemingly going for like their iconic games.
Yeah. I mean, Resident Evil and Capcom are doing that, so I can understand why they see the appeal in that.
Oh, I didn't even think they
also-
might have stolen the idea, but yeah. I thought
Yeah.
they were just trying to like desperately climb back to relevance.
That too, but like they see money, and they see that the remakes, the RE remakes are printing money, so they're like, we need to get some of that.
That is true.
Also off topic, but another HD remake that is coming out is Croc, and I think that is hilarious because it is one of the worst platformers on PlayStation.
Real quick, I am drinking a margarita, a watermelon margarita. So, this is like my fourth one.
I saw that today, and it is 100% real, and I don't know why they are remaking Croc, but they are.
I've quite literally never heard of fucking Croc.
Exactly.
Okay. Fair enough.
I have no idea why they're remaking it. Nobody knows Croc except for us weird niche people. I'm one of them.
Sure.
I'm the weirdo. I'm the reason they are remaking this game.
So it sounds like you're
And I'm
planning to buy
sorry.
it.
I'm probably going to have to. For no good reason.
Yeah, I won't be. If we're talking about other remakes, Atlas has out, and apparently, best of my knowledge, officially announced the P3 remake.
I haven't seen it official.
Posted on my Discord like 5 minutes before we
you?
went live. Yeah.
Okay,
like
so that's probably
Persona
why
3 rebuild or some shit like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They should just remake 5 again.
They didn't officially announce it, so there's been a lot of rumor mills. But yeah, like I said, if it's not like a definitive edition with like FemC and Answer, I don't fucking care. I'm not gonna buy vanilla P3 again. That's fucking stupid. If they throw in like some DLC where it's like, hey, we made FemC DLC, we made Answer DLC, I'll get it all together. But like, I'm not buying vanilla P3.
I still haven't beat Strikers yet.
Strikers is good.
I know, I still haven't beat it yet though. And I'm also trying to like, since you reviewed it, there's a couple things that like I wish I didn't know about it. So I'm also trying to wait for me to forget all those things so I can play it like fresh.
What did I say?
I don't remember.
Oh.
So we're almost
So
there.
you're fucking doing it. You're succeeding at your goal.
Yeah, we're almost there. Almost there. And that also means I have to play on PS5, and I hate playing on PS5.
But yeah, now it is worth noting they haven't officially announced it, and like if they were doing like big reveals like a FemC or an Answer, they probably wouldn't do it on the initial reveal trailer, especially with the way Atlas loves to give you teaser trailers to teaser trailers to teaser trailers. This is a thing they do. They're like notorious for teasing the fact that they might make an announcement in a later date.
I hate that shit. I fucking just fucking say it.
They had a
Like, just tell
fucking
me.
countdown at one point, and the countdown was just a date. And that, like, there was a countdown to a date, and then they get to the date. It's like a fucking, what was it, like a 2-second teaser that may or may not have been like Persona 5. Like, they are notorious for teasing their teasing.
I hate that, but I mean it works though. It works, so fair enough.
But yeah, Snake Eater, original voice cast. I'm still a bit skeptical. One thing you might not know about Snake Eater is that game had, as far as I know, to date, the most advanced sort of like animal AI simulations for like the entire jungle area in any video game, like a PS2 game did. And I'm not saying like necessarily modern like technology can't surpass the AI of a PS2 game, but I'm saying that's a lot of effort because like if you like shoot a gun at a frog, the frog will like hop in another direction. Like it was really good at like its like all of the little like individual like animals had their own like little AI systems running all throughout the jungle, right? And that I'm like you could do that with like a modern because you can have more shit on screen than ever, but like that's a lot of effort to put in, a lot of AI to program.
Yeah, because that was like early PS2, right?
Yeah, it was no,
Was
I'd say mid to late probably, to be honest with you, but it's still PS2, right? But like that was also dealing with like PS2 graphics and PS2 size, and I believe the PS2 focused more on like physics engines than graphic systems and lighting engines, whereas I think modern consoles are more of a lighting focus. It matters. It actually does matter. It like what kind of things.
Yeah, with ray tracing and all that shit.
Yeah. And so when you're talking about like, yeah, it works on a PS2 game, but then you have to scale it up to like PS3. You have to deal with the PS3 lighting effects. Then you have to run the AI. Like even if you assume like it would be like comparable with the AI into like a Cyberpunk or something, we all saw how that fucking worked out. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like when you're improving the graphics to the level you have to for a modern game, like they would try to for a fucking Snake Eater remake, that's a lot to handle as far as like processing power. And I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm sure you could do it if you put in the effort. But I'm also not sure that Konami is willing to put in the effort. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I know what you are saying. Yeah.
So I don't know.
Like.
Go.
So like a lot with a lot of these remakes, what they do is they get, as long as they have the original source code, which most of the time they do, they just take that original source code and just kind of move it.
Konami's famous for losing source code.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying they might. So you still might see something like that. So never give up hope.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm skeptical. I think I have every right to be skeptical of Konami, a company that drove away all of its big-name AAA developers, attempting to remake one of the greatest video games of all time with no support staff on modern hardware.
That's fair. That's fair. Who knows? Could be good.
Could suck ass.
Somebody was saying that that should be the first Metal Gear game I play, is the remake.
You're fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
And
I was like
outraged. Why did we do Dark Souls when I could have walked you through MGS?
Hey, there's still time. I'm not dead yet. Oh, also, I just want to shout out. It was my birthday yesterday, so I'm 33 now, and
oh my god! Happy birthday! You didn't say anything. I didn't know. Hold on. What day is it?
It was yesterday.
June 7th. I'm gonna mark that. Hold up. I'm gonna mark that.
Yeah. I was actually gonna do a birthday stream, but then I remembered it's my 33rd birthday, and I didn't care.
I'm gonna mark that. Hold up. So here's the thing I don't tell anyone about. I track you people's birthdays when you tell me them.
What do you mean, you people's?
I know multiple people who frequent my streams' birthdays so long as they've told me them. I've had the opportunity to write them down.
Yeah. I did. Thank you. The grats. Yeah. I went to work yesterday. Everyone's like, "What are you doing on your birthday?" I'm like, "I'm fucking working. I'm an adult." Like that's what I'm doing. My brother's like, "Oh, you didn't take the day off?" I'm like, "No, it's a fucking Wednesday. Why would I take the goddamn day off? What am I gonna do on a fucking Wednesday? Go to the zoo? No. I'm not gonna take a Wednesday off. That's just irresponsible at my age." So yeah, that's my little my adult rant right there.
There we go. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'll try and if I. The biggest issue with it is I actually have to remember.
That's okay. Next year I'll be 34, and I definitely won't care.
Yeah.
I was telling my therapist, like, if I'm not like in a nice long-term relationship, but by this time next year when I turn 34, I'm just getting mail order bride from like Russia or something like that. So
I wouldn't recommend it, but you do you, I guess.
I mean, at least she would talk to me. I know she'd be just here for the green card or whatever, but whatever. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to have someone to eat borscht with. You know?
Yeah, fair. But yeah, I guess happy birthday.
Thank you, dude.
Do you want me to sing happy birthday?
But no, you did enough tonight. That's
okay,
fine.
are you sure?
I appreciate it. I appreciate the sentiment, but I think for the sake of everyone that's watching right now, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a hard no for me, dog.
I did the best rendition of Snake Eater you fucking heard.
No, it was 10 out of 10 sack. It was so good you can never recreate it.
Y'all should be fucking thankful. I have practiced that for 2 fucking weeks. It was way worse at the beginning.
Okay.
It was fucking terrible initially.
So next time I'll make sure I go to announce that there's a remake coming out.
Yes. So speaking of why the fuck have I not walked you through Snake Eater though? There is a few other things to talk about. One of which is now that you've canceled the Dark Souls 2 playthrough, you've still never fucking walked me through Zelda 2.
That's canceled too because Zelda 2 is a nightmare.
Great, delightful.
We can skip right to Link to the Past.
Fucking glad I can count on you on that one. That's the one I wanted the walkthrough for.
Zelda, okay, well, nobody considers Zelda 2 canon, so.
I had the hilarious idea of wouldn't it be funny if I played like a Dark Souls and you walked me through it instead.
That would actually be. I'll walk you through 2, yeah.
That would be fun. Oh my god, through 2? That would be fucking hysterical.
I'll walk you through 2 and I won't use a guide.
You jump right here. I'm like, you sure? Yep. Okay.
Right.
Boom, you died.
There'd be actually that's actually not a bad idea. That's actually really fun. Well, I would have loved to do Dark Souls 2 and like continue it, but I forgot that it was on my Xbox.
I'm sure you would have loved to have continued it, considering it took you 2 years to sell the fucking Xbox and we never played it once.
Yeah, like for some reason I was like, yeah, I don't have anything on my Xbox that's like important. And then like I was thinking about it and I'm like, fuck, that's where we were doing our game for Dark Souls 2. Because that was before I bought it on fucking PC, so. Because now I have all of them on PC, so.
Yeah.
So I bought them officially 3 times each, the trilogy, so.
Oh. So we could actually still do Dark Souls 2.
We could do Dark Souls.
We could for the and now we know that you, despite liking being a wizard in the first game, did not want to be a wizard in the second game.
No, because it was not as much fun as it was in the first game. And I usually have a lot of fun. Dark Souls 2 is the only game where I'm like, magic is stupid and I hate this.
It's actually really bad in Dark Souls 3. Strength build is if you're going for optimal builds in Dark Souls 1 is a dex build. Dark Souls 2's optimal build is... It's actually not Hex because they nerfed divinities. I think Dark Souls 2 might lean towards sorcery. I think Dark Souls 2 leans a bit towards sorcery. And then Dark Souls 3 is the strength build game. You play strength build in Dark Souls 3. So you think I'd love it because it's the game finally designed around my combat style. But no. But no. Okay. And then Elden Ring is designed around bleed.
around what?
Bleed.
Oh, yeah.
Elden Ring is the bleed game.
Even though it's fucking been nerfed like so many times, it's still bleed, yeah.
It's still the bleed game.
Bleed is just fucking outrageous in that game. And they never really nerfed magic either. They actually made magic stronger.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah. I was like, okay, Common Azure is just way too strong. Like, I can only Kamehameha people so much before I get bored.
But yeah, all right. Are we ready to move on to our first topic?
Let's go, yeah.
All right, first topic of the stream is... The
Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
No, sing the opening song. Do it. Fuck it, I fucking dare you.
Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know.
Okay.
That is
I bought this game on Tuesday, and as I have said, I've not had fucking time to play goddamn anything. I'm still on Fire Emblem, and I hadn't had time to play that either. Just don't tell me about the fucking story. I think I caught like one spoiler detail, and I'm like, oh no!
It's probably one of the crucial ones.
It involves a big fucking bird.
A bird?
Yeah. No, maybe not then.
Oh. Anyways, I'm not gonna say anything then. Yeah, there was a part in the story where even I was like, "Yo, that's fucking crazy." I will shout out Matt Mercer for voicing Ganondorf. He is actually like the first time I've ever seen Ganondorf, and I'm like, he's actually kind of badass. Like he's like I think like this game like Twilight Princess.
Well, now I know Ganon's in the game. I thought we killed him last time.
I don't. No, Ganon was just like that was like his blade. But it's he's really good as Ganon. Like I'm glad that he was the person that they picked for his voice. Because he is menacing, and it's the only time that you actually kind of like have a story with Ganondorf and it means something, if that makes sense. You know,
no.
Well, cause like, okay, so Ocarina of Time, obviously, like you see him, but you don't really get like have any time with him.
Sure.
There's actual like character development from him in this movie.
Would you describe it as development or establishment?
I would say development, yeah.
Okay.
Because without getting spoilers, like there's cutscenes that you find and watch that kind of go into his backstory.
Well, he's a big part of Wind Waker, isn't he?
Yeah, but he that's like another thing. You don't really like get any like story from him either. He's just kind of the threat of the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the same thing with Ocarina of Time. Same thing with Twilight Princess. You kind of get a little bit because
he's like not the main character that Zant is.
Yeah, but like you kind of see
he's
like what happened.
Not a character in Zelda 1 though.
Yeah,
he just kind of shows up and is like, "What's up, I'm Ganon, fight me."
You're like, okay, pig guy.
Yeah.
But like in this one, you actually like kind of like get to hang out with him and like kind of like get to know where he's coming from and like kind of see him rise and fall then rise. So it's interesting. Like I think this is honestly probably the Zelda game that has like the best story. Breath of the Wild being up there as well, but because it's a continuation, like I feel like it's all part of one story.
Yeah, it builds on is what you're saying.
It does. Yeah, it does a very good job at being a sequel, and like a lot of people are like, oh, it's just a reskin of Breath of the Wild. Like let me tell you, like the map is the same type of map, but it feels very different. And I haven't played Breath of the Wild in a solid, I think, 3 years now. So not having it fresh, like obviously I'm gonna have like different lens too. Like if you play these games back to back, I'm sure you're gonna find stuff that's very similar and stuff like that. But
well, they're both using the chemistry engine, right? So
yeah, but like even coming from like not playing the other one for a good amount of time, coming back to this one, it's fresh enough where it feels like a different game entirely. Like there is twice as much stuff to do. The map is still the same fucking size. They add different things to it. There's dungeons now.
Well, there's like layers, right? Aren't part of it. By the way, you can talk all about the fucking gameplay and world design. I just don't want to know about the story. I've seen people make like a giant woodman with a fucking flame penis. Like, I've seen quite a bit about the gameplay. So I'm like, I don't care about the gameplay.
There are. So in addition to obviously your normal Hyrule, there is the depths, which is an entire size of Hyrule area.
I have heard it described as similar to like a Bloodborne level.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, it's very dark down there. but it's the entire size of Hyrule down there. And then you have the Sky Islands too. It's not as big as Hyrule, but there are obviously islands above the area that you go and explore. You can float to and stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff to do.
Make little flying
in
machines.
the game. Yeah, you can make whatever the fuck you want. Like you can think of it, you can probably make it in that game. Like I've seen some crazy creations. I didn't go too ham into the creating part of it, just because I kind of wanted to like beat the story because Diablo was also coming out too. Yeah. So I had 3 weeks to play this game with working insane hours and also anticipating this game to come out too. So I did take some shortcuts and stuff like that, but I did all the main quests. Spoiler alert, I have not even beaten the final boss yet. I'm actually at the final boss.
Oh.
So I actually haven't fully beaten it yet. So
I heard a very popular strategy is you just tape a bunch of logs together and make a bridge. And I'm like, see, this is my thing. It's like, if that's an option, I will use that nearly 100% of the time.
that is definitely an option. There's a couple times where I've done that. There's also, that's the other thing too, with like a lot of the puzzles in the game. I found myself saying, well, fuck, that worked. Like, just because like I would just create something out of my ass.
I mean, that's a good feeling though.
Yeah. It 100%, yeah, because like I would be in a dungeon or like not a dungeon, a shrine or whatever, like doing one of the shrines, and I'd be like, this isn't gonna work, and then like I'd do it, and I'd be like, all right, it worked. This is pretty cool now. So and like that's just basically the whole game, just saying, hey, this actually works, super awesome, super cool, and just kind of like testing the limits of your own creativity and like imagination, which I think is the best part of like I'm going to eventually come back to that game. Because I like between now and August, like there's no other game really coming out until Armored Core comes out.
Silk Song comes out in, was it July, wasn't it? They said? Did they push it to July?
Is that official now?
I believe they said it, but they may have also delayed that. To my knowledge, this year's actually weirdly packed. To my knowledge, the things that I'm interested in coming out this year are Final Fantasy 16 and Silk Song. And I think that's it. It's a weirdly like beefy year 2013 was. I guess 2022 was pretty like
it is still to be announced on Steam.
Wow.
So we'll see. Final Fantasy 16, I do want to play. I just don't have time for that this week.
I saw a recent trailer for it, and it actually kind of took me out of it. I thought the original like launch trailer was so fucking good, and the new one, I'm like, I'm not really feeling this too much.
Yeah, I think I might wait because like I have like a solid like two like my fall like game schedule is gonna be packed because Armored Core in August, September is Starfield. The month after is fucking Spider-Man 2. So like those 3 months, I'm just gonna be constantly.
Spider-Man 2 isn't out yet.
It comes out in October. Yeah.
Oh my
October
god! People have been talking about that game so much. I thought that was out already.
No, well they announced they showed 10 minutes of gameplay at the PlayStation Showcase a couple weeks ago, and today they announced the actual release date at the game thing or whatever today.
Oh yeah, I now that I have a PS5, I can actually play the original Spider-Man without worrying about my fucking console melting.
Which you 100% should, because it is fucking fantastic.
Heard
you should also
nothing but good things. Yeah, maybe I'll do a little. Maybe I'll actually break in my PS5, do something other than a stream, play that game, play some Spider-Man, and then prepare myself to play Spider-Man 2, so that I can chill out with the exaggerated swagger of a black teen.
It's great, but yeah, Tears of the Kingdom was a pleasant surprise of how good it was.
It was a surprise? I thought everyone was fucking hyping this to the moon, and then when it came out, everyone was like, glad we hyped that to the moon, that fucking landed.
So,
it's like the only $70 AAA game that fucking landed a positive review, I think, in the history of $70 AAA games.
Yeah. Well, no, Jedi Survivor.
No, fucking shit on because of all the bugs.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about those.
I forgot about the mini bugs.
No, like so leading up to this game, like I wasn't that hype about it because they didn't show much of it until right before it released. When they finally actually showed gameplay for it, that's when I was like, I fucking need this game. Like, so like people always get hyped when they announce something. Like Metroid Prime 4 is a good example. Like that game is like been announced 5 years ago, and people are still talking about that game coming out. But like I need more than a logo or a release date to get hype. I need to see the gameplay. I need to see what it's gonna be like. What are the new features? Especially when it's a sequel, you know? Like that was the thing. Like I loved Breath of the Wild. It's still probably one of my only like 10 out of 10 games like in existence because it's fucking fantastic. It's fantastic game.
Yeah. It has like I've said before, I've never given a single game a 10 out of 10. I wouldn't fault anyone for giving Breath of the Wild a 10. I wouldn't. I think it's I would go low 9. I would go a low 9, I think. I don't even think I would be able to put like mid to high 9, but it is a fantastic game, and I would say it probably does open world better than any game I've ever experienced.
No, it nails it.
But by all accounts, Tears of the Kingdom somehow manages to go even above that.
It does. Like it's if I could if I could rate Tears of the Kingdom, it'd be like an 11. Like it's so good. Like the story is better. Like the voice acting sounds a lot better. The dungeon, like the dungeons that you have to do aren't boring. That was my one thing about Breath of the Wild that I didn't like, the doing the
shrines.
Not the shrines,
because as someone who's done all the shrines in Breath of the Wild, let me tell you some of those.
I think I did like 80 of them. But the like the fucking things you have to do for the actual main story.
Yeah, the dungeons aren't great in that. They're very lackluster.
They are. Yeah, that was the only thing. Like, but even then, like I still enjoyed them. But they did it better in this one by a long shot. And there's just more to do in this game too, which I think is cool. But I 100% recommend this game. It's very good. I'm looking forward to like taking a break because I power played it for like 3 weeks straight. So eventually, after I'm done like fucking around with Diablo and like doing all that stuff, I'm going to come back. I'm going to complete the story. I'm going to probably do some more shrines, do some of the side quests too, fuck around with that because I didn't really do a lot of the side quests. And just enjoy some more of that world because it's fantastic. It's fun. Definitely explore some more of the depths because I haven't really done too much of that either. But yeah. 10 out of 10.
Well, I have an advantage for Tears of the Kingdom. I bought it on Tuesday, but it's not even loaded into my system yet. So hopefully.
Oh, if you can try not to do the update so you can get that dupe glitch.
Nah, that's fine. But anyway, yeah. What I'll say is like, I wasn't able to like get a lot done since the last podcast, but I have most of my videos uploaded. I should be good on that. I have to make one more video, but yeah, I'm a lot more adjusted to the new job, and also it's not my turn to host the podcast next month, so I don't have to worry about that bullshit. So I should have a clear month to at least like dip my toe into Tears of the Kingdom and beat Fire Emblem. So hopefully next month you'll get a Fire Emblem review, and I'll probably get some Tears of the Kingdom. I imagine this game's long as fuck though, so you're not getting a Tears of the Kingdom review next month from me. Yeah. But
it's pretty fucking long, yeah.
But yeah, I was if everyone remembers, I was skeptical Tears of the Kingdom could kind of like live up to Breath of the Wild. I've heard nothing but good things. But the thing I appreciated the most about Breath of the Wild was actually the way it told its story through its environmental storytelling. And yes, like I said, it is very hard for me to believe that Tears of the Kingdom is able to replicate exactly what Breath of the Wild did, or even like match that level. A lot of what I hear about this game is like it's got like amazing creative gameplay, which is good. But that's always like a sort of a secondary thing. And I love how much Breath of the Wild like pushed through its theme of failure. Like failure was the central theme of Breath of the Wild. And I love how it managed to like get through that, how it pushed through that, how it told its story. And like even if they continue it on to Tears of the Kingdom with like the same themes, I think it's hard to push into that. Now they could like pivot. I don't know. They could pivot. They could tell it in a completely different way. They could take another theme. They might be able to land it, is what I'm saying. But there's a certain level of skepticality. That's not a word. Whatever. I'm at like a certain degree of a certain degree of skeptical that they would be able to replicate the way Breath of the Wild told its story to such a degree that I experienced in the first game. Which, like, even if they don't like nail that aspect for me, there's still a chance I'll like this game more, just because it might just be a better, more, like, by all accounts, it's a better, more fun game in the first place. So, like, even if I'm like not as enthused about like the themes and the storytelling, I still might put this one over Breath of the Wild. But like, there's a level of like skeptical that I'm at right now, like I'm about like the follow-up to the game Breath of the Wild. Like, if this was its own game not linked to that game, I would probably be a lot less worried, but there is like a certain degree of, and I also tend to think, especially in my first playthrough, a level of like criticality about video games that, and this is a me thing, I'm aware of this, but I think a level of criticality about video games in my first playthrough that most people do not. So I am worried, but I will go in there like skeptically optimistic. I will also try to stop saying the word skeptical.
Go on.
No, I was done.
All right. I would be shocked if you didn't like this game more than Breath of the Wild, honestly.
Okay.
Like, I would be genuinely shocked. Well, like, we might have to hold an intervention at that point. Because it is like I loved Breath of the Wild. Like, it was one of the, like I said, one of the only game, like one of the, I think maybe 5 games that I've given a 10 out of 10 to.
Oh, name them.
And it is, I honestly would have to think about that again, honestly. I haven't thought about my 10 out of 10 list in a very long time. I will get back to you with that.
Okay, I mean, I feel like 2 of them are easy, but
what would 2 of them be?
Well, Breath of the Wild, because you just said it.
Yes.
And then I'm gonna go with Mega Man X2.
I can't realistically put that game as 10 out of 10.
Oh, are you trying to be objective? Don't. That's dumb, and you're probably bad at it.
In my top 10, my personal top 10.
Yes, your personal top 10 is the only thing anyone should ever care about. No one should ever care about the objective quality of a video game outside of, hey, you did a good job at your craftsmanship, sir. Oh, thank you. I worked hard at learning my skills.
Like, X2 is probably like a solid 9 out of 10. So like, if I were to make,
I thought that was your favorite game.
It is my favorite game.
Then how the fuck is Breath of the Wild over it?
Because
you're making your list wrong.
I do it for I have a very creative and like critically way of like looking at things. Like, yes, Mega Man X2 is my favorite game of all time, but I know there's flaws in the system.
I could name like 30 flaws in fucking Breath of the Wild right now. If you're trying to go fucking like craftsmanship, Breath of the Wild is far from perfect. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but gameplay, like, I can't put a game that I can beat in under 40 minutes against a game that can take me weeks. You know what I mean?
That's stupid. You could beat Breath of the Wild in a half hour if you tried really hard. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you try. I'm not that good though. That's just the way I like when I look at like rating video games and stuff like that. Like, yeah, like I'm like Mega Man X2 is more of a nostalgia game too. At the end of the night, I can't reasonably be like this game is better than Breath of the Wild. You know what I mean? It's a great game.
You're still looking at it too objectively. Give me your heart, your soul, your feelings. That's what matters. No one cares about what you think is the best craftsmanship in a video game. Because I'm going to be straight up with you. You can have a game with absolutely perfect craftsmanship, and it's probably not that fucking good.
Yeah. I think eventually we should just
like a post-patch Pokemon X is an on-paper perfect game.
Yeah.
Would you put that over fucking Breath of the Wild?
No.
Then shut up, your list is wrong.
It's not because it's your favorite game, yeah. Fair enough, yeah.
For the record, I've given Arsic this exact same speech.
Yeah, 100% you have, yeah.
During a Drakengard 3 playthrough, of all things.
Yes, you do this, John. But eventually one day we'll go through my top 10. It would take me a while to actually think about my top 10, honestly.
I mean, I would do it if I don't have a show dedicated to doing it.
It would probably have to be a whole show, honestly. It would have to be a cold topic extra, like the anime tier list.
Yes.
Or the anime song tier list, which great idea. Took way too long.
You don't fucking know. You didn't even stay for the whole thing. We still never did Pokemon Smash or Pass for the record.
Yeah, we still got to do that.
I've been promising that for over a year.
Maybe we can just lump it into one special. We'll do the top 10.
That's gonna take so fucking long, dude. Are you kidding me? Yeah, there's over 1,000 Pokemon.
Oh, that's right. We have to do all of them.
Yeah, that's one stream right there. That is one stream for sure.
Okay, we will have to do those. Okay, we'll do that at some point, and then we'll do the top 10s for the anniversary.
I can't do a top 10. I can't participate in this.
Why?
I have an entire goddamn series dedicated to it.
Oh, that's right.
It's called Favorite Search.
Okay, fine.
It's the only thing I do.
I'll do it, and you can critique my choices like you would anyways.
Yeah, that's very fair. I'm very, very nice and polite with people's favorite games unless I'm doing an actual functional review. Hold on.
Hey,
I would never. I don't just like go out of my way to like throw. If someone's like, my favorite game is fucking Final Fantasy 12, I'm not gonna just fucking put the dukes up. Now, if I'm playing Final Fantasy 12 and I'm like, okay, it is time for a review of Final Fantasy 12, the fucking gloves are on. But like, if you're just like, yeah, I like Final Fantasy 12, I'm like, that is a decision you've made with your life. Okay.
All right. Good for you, idiot.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Yeah, you're not going to do like a list. I'm not just going to like shit all over your choices unless they are fucking really, really bad. Like,
how does it feel to be 30 and not get pussy?
Like, there is theoretically game choices you could have on there where I'm like, okay, John, hold up. This is an intervention. You are not allowed to have Sonic Adventures on your list.
Okay, first of all, Sonic Adventure 2 is actually a great game.
I didn't say 2, did I?
Adventures?
Yeah.
Like the first one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I was like, you're not allowed to have this on your list. Get out.
Sometimes I forget that Sonic Adventure 2 is like a sequel to that game.
Okay. For the record, I very much meant Sonic 06, but I just could not remember the name of the game. But then I'm like, nobody likes Sonic Adventures. There you go. That's fine.
Have I ever mentioned to you? I have 2 copies of that game on 2 different consoles.
You have mentioned it, yeah.
Yes. Have I ever mentioned that I fucking hate myself for that?
It's fine. Be like, hey, John, you want to explain why your number 2 pick is Bad Rats? No, I would not.
I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget. So, come up with top 10 lists. Top 10.
I have 2 top 10 lists. I'll share it right now, I guess. There's the original 2013 top 10 list, which was what inspired. If everyone remembers, me discovering this list existed was what inspired Favorite Search in the first place. And the original 2013 video game list that inspired Favorite Search had a few rules for it. By the way, I have to make an addendum. The 2013 favorite list, I remember the rules, was no game in a series in the same series was allowed to appear twice. So if there was one game in a series, I couldn't have a second game in the same series.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I would also follow that rule.
A second thing that was part of this list was that I couldn't have a Pokemon game. So, the original 2013 favorite list was Kingdom Hearts 2 at number 10. Number 9 was God of War 2. Number 8 was BioShock. Number 7 was The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Number 6, Assassin's Creed Revelations. Number 5, No More Heroes. Number 4, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Number 3, Metal Gear Solid. Now, you remember where I said you weren't allowed to have 2 games in the same series? I broke that rule for Metal Gear for some fucking reason.
Of course you did.
Because I'm like, well, I can't not have both Metal Gears. That would be wrong of me. Number 2 was Minecraft. Now, I want to be clear. This was pre-1.8 update. And I always say that the combat update ruined Minecraft for me. So this was like 1.7, 1.6 or something. This was like well before Minecraft got ruined for me. So keep that in mind. This was like an earlier version of Minecraft. And then number 1, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Which you're currently playing, right?
I am currently playing. It's pretty fucking good, I'll tell you that. I don't know if it would be number 1 anymore, though. But I guess we'll find out. The current list, not including anything still on the queue. So this is a work in progress list. Keep that in mind. Number 10, Mass Effect 2. Number 9. This, by the way, didn't have any of the fucking rules I mentioned for the 2013 list. I realize all of those rules are fucking stupid. Number 9, God of War 3. Number 8, No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle. Number 7, Alpha Protocol. Number 5, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Number 4, Mass Effect 3. Number 3, Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Number 2, Persona 5. And number 1, Metal Gear Solid.
Naturally.
But yeah, no, I actually really do want to play Tears of the Kingdom. I do want to get through Fire Emblem. I still have some supports to do. I like listed out a bunch of supports for the characters in that game that I'm like, I want to get through this before I beat this game. And then I have 3 missions. My characters are like level like fucking 20 and then prestige classed back to like level 2. Like they're all like basically maxed out with like outrageous stats post 200. Like beating the game's not going to be an issue. I'm just like grinding supports to see some of the more interesting ones right now, just to get to know the characters a bit better before I beat the game. But other than that, yeah, I'm basically at the end of that. And then I honestly can't wait to start up Tears of the Kingdom, because like even if like I don't enjoy it as much, I'm still down for like an enjoyable, like great game. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's pretty.
Like if it aims for the stars and lands on a cloud, I'm fine with that. You know what I'm saying? And if it fucking aims for the stars and it hits a star, I'm good with that too. You know what? No issues. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. Yeah, 11 out of 10 for Tears of the Kingdom. That is my final verdict on that game.
Okay, well, I can't wait to try it, I guess. All right, are we ready to move on?
Yeah, it'll literally like blow your dick.
You know what? It's been a while, so that's good.
Yeah, you'll come.
I was assuming. It will blue ball you. I just want you to know it's going to be the best blowjob of your life, but it is going to stop like a minute too soon, and you are going to be very frustrated.
Yeah. You're going to be like, don't stop, and it's going to be like, well, too damn bad.
Guess what? Tears of the Kingdom, bitch! Where do you think the name came from?
The kingdom is you crying. Do you want to take a quick break, and then we'll move on to the next one?
Usually we're taking... Yeah, okay, why not? Fine. Because I have drank 5 margaritas, an entire glass of water, half a cup of tea. So frankly, I don't know how I have not pissed myself.
That is impressive. I'm not going to lie. I've had 1 beer.
So...
I will grab another one, so...
Oh, there will be more margaritas. I'm just trying to get through some of this water to keep myself hydrated. That's
fair, yeah. I will grab another beer. I do not smoke cigarettes anymore, so I will not be taking a cigarette break. I have officially started to quit again, so we'll see how long that lasts.
Ooh, congratulations.
Yes, that was my birthday present to myself. I said no more smoking, no more mutants, no more heroes. No more.
Make No More Heroes 4, you fuck.
Across the Spider-Verse.
Damn! Hello, everyone. Welcome to Fight Club, the segment of the podcast where we pit two fictional characters against each other and find out who comes out on top. And we only have 3 rules. Rule number 1, don't ask when's Fight Club. Rule number 2, we only take the characters that commonly presented. Rule number 3, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in my bush. We have 2 legendary American heroes today. We have Captain America versus Solid Snake in hand-to-hand combat. Now, I will say, full disclosure, that I did make the stream asset for this. I will also say that the Fight Club soap, dedicating that this is an episode of Fight Club, is currently blocking off the signature of one Rob Liefeld, who drew this majestic image of Captain America. Just want to say, so no one thought I was covering up the artist credit, that is who made it. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Now, with the return of Fight Club number 7, who John insisted he knows all about Marvel Comics Captain America. We're using the comic version, not the MCU version, and I think it's fair to say we are probably also using the 616 version. Now,
yeah, naturally.
Whereas Solid Snake, we are using Solid Snake. Now, as a quick aside, let me tell you that finding these 2 images took much more effort than you think, because I knew I needed this specific image of Captain America. I cannot think of a more perfect image to represent Captain America than this famous Rob Liefeld cover.
Yeah. That is a very good image of Cap.
And as far as following an image of Solid Snake, it was actually pretty fucking hard, because if you look up Solid Snake, as it turns out, you tend to get his fucking dad. And I didn't want to use a picture of his dad, despite the fact that they had the same fucking face. So I actually used official Solid Snake art. Yeah, it was a challenge, actually.
Has some huge tits. Those are America's tits made.
Indeed. Okay, so as a quick explanation of Solid Snake versus Captain America in hand-to-hand, as we've mentioned in a previous episode, why is it hand-to-hand? Why is it not full gear? Well, because in full gear, we're going to briefly talk about Snake. He has a sneaking suit, which prevents his body from making sound, and he has stealth camouflage, which turns him goddamn invisible, which means that, and Snake's a stealth fighter, whereas Captain America's a lot more fists up, drag out brawl kinda.
In your face.
Which means if Solid Snake were to activate his stealth suit in fucking stealth camouflage, Captain America would not know he's there and would be dead before Captain America was aware he was dead. Whereas, if we're like, okay, Snake isn't allowed to stealth, just give him all of his weapons, well, you see, Captain America's shield is made out of a material known as proto-adamantium, which is fucking indestructible. And there is a lot of weapons that Solid Snake has. He has a gun with infinite ammo. He has a railgun. He has a bandana that gives him infinite ammo. He's got missiles. He's got rockets. He's got a fucking sword. There is absolutely zero goddamn thing he has that would ever get through that fucking shield. Cap could turtle up without goddamn effort, and Snake would be fucking incapable of landing a single goddamn hit.
Yep.
And so that is why we've gone fist only.
So let me settle this real quick. Captain America, right?
Uh-huh.
He is the sentinel of liberty and justice.
Mm-hmm.
This man has gone toe-to-toe with some of the most badass motherfuckers in the Marvel Universe, including Thanos, Doctor Doom, and I believe he also punched Magneto in the face once.
I would be genuinely surprised if he did not. I heard that it was actually Captain America that liberated the concentration camp Magneto was in.
That actually sounds about accurate. Well, which brings me to my next point. He also punched Hitler in the face.
Yeah, that's pretty great. Yeah.
So, Sack, can you look at me and tell me that Solid Snake has punched Hitler in the face? I don't think so.
He has not punched Hitler in the face. You are correct about that. You do. If we were doing a who has physically punched Hitler in the face, he has not done that. He has punched in the face a man who probably punched a woman who probably punched Hitler in the face.
That doesn't count.
Okay.
No, that's like
there is a probable
like
direct chain
something.
of people he has punched in the face who have at some point punched Hitler. Because he has punched Big Boss, and Big Boss has punched the boss, and the boss has probably punched Hitler.
That's fair.
So why don't you tell us actually a little bit about Captain America? No one knows who he is. What's his deal? We know he's a Sentinel of Liberty, but like, where does he come from? What are his powers? What's his name?
Okay, so Steven, I don't remember his middle name, Rogers, was born in 1920 something. I can't remember the exact.
Which makes him, by the way, way older than Snake, for the record.
Yeah, very, very old. He was enhanced by a super soldier serum.
Mm-hmm.
That made him all buff boy, as you see him there. That is probably his buffest I've seen him, and that's why I love that bit. It is over the top buff. Like, it is Lou Ferrigno buff, and that is ridiculous.
I've heard it described as his chest looks like a door that got opened.
I mean, yeah. So, yes, he was also like we were saying. He fought in World War II. He fought against the Nazis and also the Red Skull, among other people. And then he was frozen and brought into the future, where he now resides. So he is a man out of time, but not a man that is out of time.
How long was he frozen, for the record? All right, you know what? You probably don't know the answer because of the sliding time scale, right?
Yeah, it depends on when the comic was written.
Yeah, that's fair.
If it was written in 19 whatever, when the Avengers came out, 80s or whatever, there would be 40 years. If it was in the 90s, it'd be fucking 50 years.
That's actually interesting.
If it's the MCU, it's 70 years.
That's actually interesting. So when we get to the knowledge section, there's actually something I do want to bring up about the specific amount of time he's been frozen, because there's a strange possibility surrounding that.
Yeah.
Oh, as for Solid Snake is a clone, actually. He was part of the Les Enfants Terribles project, which was designed to clone the, at the time, world's greatest living soldier, a man named Big Boss. Well, okay, I guess the man's name is John.
What's up?
Holy shit, you're Big Boss? So technically, he's a clone of my own podcast host. What's going on?
Stop.
But yeah, so the guy's called Big Boss. He's also called Naked Snake, and he was trained by.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Why not Naked Snakey?
You know why?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So yeah, he was trained. He is a clone of Big Boss, and was designed to test how effective nature is versus nurture. So, in the most bafflingly stupid plot twist of all time, the idea was to make multiple clones of Big Boss and give them, give one clone his exact genetic structure, give one clone all of his dominant traits, and one clone all of his recessive traits. Now I know what you're thinking. Brown hair, that's a dominant trait. Brown eyes, that's a dominant trait. Clearly, Solid Snake is the dominant clone. He is not. Because I don't think Kojima understands genetics very well. So, Solid Snake is in fact the clone. Real name is David. No last name. His name's just Dave. Is in fact a clone of Big Boss who has his exact genetic structure. Now, Solid Snake was a child soldier who fought in a lot of wars over in the African continent before being picked up in the Americas and entering into the Foxhound program. He was also trained directly by Big Boss, and he worked for him for a time before being sent to kill him. And then, this is a true fact about Solid Snake, maybe he didn't punch Hitler. You know who he did kill? Have you heard of a little game called Metal Gear Solid V Phantom Pain?
Yes.
The main character of that game is a man named Venom Snake. Solid Snake killed that man. And then he went on to find the man who taught him, Big Boss, who was the main character of Snake Eater, and he killed that guy also. Which means he killed what was considered to be the world's greatest living soldier, who had previously killed the world's greatest living soldier. Meaning, despite the fact that they don't call him such, Solid Snake is, in his universe, the world's greatest living soldier. Period. He just kind of fucking is. You get to see crazy bullshit that Psycho Mantis has done. This man has dropped Psycho Mantis fucking twice.
I've always wanted to play Metal Gear just for that boss fight because it's ridiculous what you have to do in that boss fight.
This man has fought fucking Vamp as an old goddamn man. He has taken out multiple Metal Gears, multiple fucking like mobile gears. The man is a goddamn perfect weapon.
He also smokes a lot of cigarettes.
He smokes a lot of cigarettes that he keeps hidden up his bumhole.
That is canon?
Actually, yes.
That is 100% canon, so there we go.
Yeah, because in Metal Gear Solid, Snake is talking to Naomi Hunter, and is like, well, you might have done a full body search, but I managed to smuggle my cigarettes into this mission. And Naomi's like, Where the fuck did you hide those cigarettes? You were naked. And Snake's like, in my stomach. And she's like, why? He's like, you never know when you need a cigarette.
That's true. So you know how I've always said, I've never played a Metal Gear Solid game, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I haven't read a lot of Captain America comics.
That is accurate, but I have played 2 Metal Gear games on the NES.
Oh, here's actually a fun fact. I have never fully beaten the original Metal Gears.
What?
Yeah.
Like the NES ones?
Yeah, the originals.
Oh,
well, so you've probably played Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, which is not the actual... That game isn't canon. I hear it's a good game, but that game is actually not canon, believe it or not.
Both of them are pretty solid. They are very hard to play, though.
I would imagine. They usually just come with your free copy of Snake Eater.
So yeah, that I've never played a Solid game, but I have played a Metal Gear game.
Okay. So we're going to go with... So Captain America, unless the serum is drained out of his body, which it isn't in this scenario, I think we can agree that's the only fair way to do this, as they're both super soldiers. Oh yeah, Solid Snake is also injected with a shit ton of nano machines. We're going to say peak Solid Snake. Now the question is, when is peak Solid Snake? Because even in Metal Gear Solid, he's actually been out of practice and retired for a few years. So my... argument would be peak Solid Snake would probably either be Metal Gear 2's Solid Snake, or if we want to go a little bit further, I would say Metal Gear Solid 2's Snake, when he is a member of Philanthropy and going by the name Iroquois Pliskin, would probably be who peak Snake is. So we're not using Old Man Snake.
Oh, well, that's not fair. And also not fun. Boo!
Well, Cap might win that fight, so we can't have that happen.
We can do Old Man Cap. That's 100% a thing.
Oh, well, then Cap would die, because Old Man Cap means he doesn't have super soldier serum in him.
No, he's still a super soldier, so he's just an old man.
No, not in the comics. You're thinking of MCU. In the comics, he only ever... because he doesn't age. We'll talk about that later. He doesn't age with the serum is in him. So if he's Old Man Cap, that means there's no serum. If there's no serum, there's no hope.
That's fair, yeah. But he'd be a nice old man.
He would be a nice old man. That is very true. All right, so I think we're good to start. The 2 American superheroes.
Yes. America, fuck yeah.
So we have Cap on the left, so you actually get a start as Captain America Attack Potency. What do we got here?
Well, he has like fists, like a Mack truck.
Like literally a Mack truck? Let's be a little precise here. Do they hit like a Mack truck?
They probably hit like what's a Mack truck times 10?
Like 10 Mack trucks?
10 Mack trucks.
10 Mack trucks. Okay.
Yeah. He is not stronger than the Hulk, but he is strong, or Thor. So he's like probably, if I could give a top 3 Avengers like strongest, he'd probably be number 3, like for strength wise.
That
I believe Spider-Man is actually stronger than him.
Spider-Man is 100% stronger than him. Are you fucking kidding me?
So
that wouldn't even be.
He's not super strong. He cannot lift a car, but he can pack a wallop.
He cannot lift a car.
Yes, he cannot lift a car.
Okay.
But as far as I know, I've never seen him do it. I've seen him hold a car, but he's never physically lifted one.
I feel like he could probably lift a car.
It depends
but that might be me. I haven't read the comics. You're the one who's being like, this is what he can do. So I guess we'll have to believe you. He cannot lift a car.
Off very shitty knowledge and memory.
Okay.
But he is an exquisite and talented fighter. He's taken, I believe, every single type of like fighting or whatever. He knows like every single fighting style or some shit like that.
That's actually a knowledge thing. We're just talking about how hard can he hit you.
Oh, how hard can he hit you?
Yeah, how hard can he hit you?
Probably like a third of a Hulk.
The Hulk can destroy a planet by jumping off of it. You're telling me that Captain America can destroy a third of the planet by punching it?
He's probably 2 Bulbasaurs.
That's such a large decrease. Give us a thing he can break. Can he break a wall?
Yes.
Could he destroy a house? Is it like a house landing on top of you?
I would probably be like a bank vault.
Like a bank vault?
Yes.
Okay. You think he could punch through a bank vault?
If it was concrete, probably, yeah.
What if it was metal?
No.
Okay.
He could dent it, but I don't think he could break it.
You don't? Okay, so we're getting a rough idea of what he could probably put.
Raw power.
This is the least researched Fight Club, is what we're getting at.
Well, I didn't know what was happening. I'm winging it.
You wouldn't have researched it anyway.
I would have done some.
Alright, it's like 10 Mack trucks if 10 Mack trucks weren't capable of destroying a bank vault.
Yes.
10 Mack trucks backing into each other at 5 miles an hour.
These Mack trucks are driven by children. I forgot to mention.
Of course. Who don't know how to use an accelerator.
Reach the pedal and so they're not at full speed.
Of course.
But they're still dangerous because they're a fucking Mack truck.
Okay, of course. Yes, sure. Okay.
I don't write rules. I just tell you how it is.
All right. Okay, well, let's move over to Solid Snake's punching power. Now, Solid Snake's punching power is incredibly inconsistent, and the only way I can possibly justify it is the acknowledgement that he mostly fights other super soldiers, or also ... that he's just not trying to kill people whenever he punches you. Like a Spider-Man figure. Because Solid Snake's punching power has been shown to damage the exoskeleton of Gray Fox in Metal Gear Solid. And the reason that this is an important bit of information is that the damage done to... Because the only other thing we have seen do damage to Gray Fox's exoskeleton is direct blows from Metal Gear Rex. Which is supposedly weighs 550 tons. And it was also capable of stepping on Gray Fox, and that was able to completely destroy him. So we know that Snake doesn't quite hit with the same force as Metal Gear Rex, but it is roughly in the 500-ton ballpark. Now, I'm not going to say that's capable of destroying a third of a planet, I think that would be ludicrous. But what I am going to say is it is definitely a harder hit than 10 Mack trucks slowly backing up, driven by children, into a bank vault.
That's what you think. Those children are crazy, man. Watch out.
We also can probably say that he's roughly, like, strength-wise equivalent to his dad, because he beat his dad in his fight and was able to go toe-to-toe with him. And so we know that Big Boss was capable of catching Cocoon in Peace Walker, which is calculated to weigh, what was it, like what was it? It was like 16,000 tons. Now, to be clear, this does make him weaker than Spider-Man. But I also very vocally said that when John said he might be stronger than Spider-Man, that was complete bullshit. So there's no way Captain America is stronger than Spider-Man.
No, Spider-Man is 100%. Spider-Man literally has to pull his punches so he doesn't make paste out of people.
Yeah.
He has canonically said, like, hey, I have to do this or I will literally, like, kill someone.
Oh, and we see what happens. We've seen Spider-Man not pull his punches, and he makes paste out of people.
Yeah. Like, he
isn't even fucking with you. He once, like, tried to... He was in a fight with Wolverine, and he once tried to punch Wolverine because it was Wolverine, the man with the indestructible skeleton. A woman came up behind him. Spider-Sense targeted. He was like, Wolverine. Punches her. Her head was gone. Just gone. Just fucking gone. So Solid Snake can hit you with probably, I would say, 500 pounds of force if he fucking just decks your ass. Which is, it is a lot. Like, this man can fucking throw a road roller at you. Like, this is like a Mack truck landing on top of you.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's his attack potency. It's hard to tell, but it sounds a bit higher than Captain America's.
Yeah, Captain America is hard to gauge because it also depends on who writes him.
It's a very important issue that you're bringing up. Yes, the consistency.
Yeah.
But let's be reasonable here. Can I disagree that I say I think Captain America is definitely stronger than that? I don't think Captain America can hit as hard as Snake, for the record. I genuinely don't. But I think he's a lot stronger than you just tried to sell him as. For the record, I think Captain America could definitely lift a car, first off.
Yeah, but it's also who's writing him.
Right, I know, but like we're being like, if we're talking like what you would assume to be like average Captain America, like
average probably can lift a car.
I guarantee you this man can lift a car. I know Solid Snake can lift a car, but I guarantee you Captain America can lift a fucking car. All right, so I actually want to, I don't want to like step over your Captain America power, but I do want to scale him up a little bit. I'm pretty sure he can lift a car. Because we know he has to be stronger than his MCU variant, and his MCU variant can stop a helicopter from taking off.
That is very true.
Yeah, that's way more weight. So yeah, like I would say Captain America can probably lift several tons for sure, and probably hit like roughly as hard.
Yeah, I mean he has knocked out Thanos with Gauntlet. Yes, I'm pretty sure that has happened somewhere.
Well, see, that's a way bigger feat, because how much damage can fucking Thanos take, right? Direct thoughts by Thor, that's a lot of force.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Yeah. So that it like I said, it also varies by who's writing him, how strong this man is.
Well, what would you assume is like the average punching power of a Captain America?
The average punching power
you cannot tell me average Captain America punching power is a third of the Hulk or capable of knocking out Thanos. I do not believe that.
No, that wouldn't be average. I feel like average would probably be
like could he physically like fists only injure Iron Man?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Fists only?
He could
suit on, we're saying, obviously.
Suit on, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I would say that's probably, realistically, probably a lot closer to Snake's punching power. Like, we could almost, like, equalize that, right?
Yeah, I believe in Civil War when he fought him without his shield in the comic one, if I remember correctly. Before he gets murked.
I think he did use his shield, but...
Did he?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember.
Also, Captain America lost that fight.
Did he, though?
Yeah.
Did he though?
Yes. But that's fine. As long as he can damage him, that's all we need to know. So
Yeah.
we could probably say, like, Iron Man's suit versus Captain America's rough equivalent to the Gray Fox exoskeleton, right?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's hit me with speed. What's Captain America got? What's his mobility?
He is not faster than light.
That's okay. Neither Solid Snake.
Yeah. He does have very good endurance. He can run for a very long time.
Okay.
And keep up a fight for a good long time too.
Well, we'll talk about that when we get to stamina and stuff.
That's true. Speed wise though, I'd say he's probably as fast as maybe like a I don't know, like a scooter.
Okay.
like Peter Parker scooter from Spider-Man 2.
Okay, so you'd say, what would a scooter be? Like 50, 60, 80 miles maybe per hour?
Yeah, we'll go that.
Okay. No, that's actually a respectable run speed.
Like he's not breaking records, but he's definitely faster than say Batman.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I believe he can keep up with Black Panther speed-wise.
Okay. That's fair. How fast is Black Panther, though?
I don't know, cat.
Okay, yeah, so we'll say a really fast cat. So like 80 miles per hour then, right?
Yeah.
Sure. This is a terrible episode. And you're still on your fucking phone.
I'm like literally, I swear to God, like every time I'm like doing something, like I get blown up every time. It's not you, it's me.
I know. That's what I'm complaining about. Okay. Yeah. So and no other movement techniques. He just runs. He fasts. He punches. Right.
Yes.
Okay. This is not.
Yeah. He doesn't have any auxiliary speed techniques or anything. Like he is just a fast runner.
Can he like? Do you think he could dodge a bullet after it's fired or something? Or
he cannot dodge. If he would have survived Civil War.
He did survive Civil War.
He died. Well, no, he dies, right?
No, he just gets arrested.
Who gets shot?
Like a lot of people, I think.
Who gets shot right at the end of Civil War?
Bruce Banner.
Does he?
Oh, that's Civil War 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say the first one. Yeah, doesn't Captain America she get shot?
No, he gets arrested.
Oh, somebody gets shot though.
Yeah, no, Iron Man like vaguely beats him, and Cap kind of surrenders and is like, "All right, I'm done. We've done enough damage."
Yeah.
Well, okay. Anyway, but doesn't he? Oh, I guess you could say he lifts his shield to block bullets once he sees their trajectory, though, right? Not like mid shot.
Yeah. If somebody's like going to shoot at him, he'll lift up his shield. Yeah, but I don't think he's physically fast enough to dodge a bullet.
Okay.
Like you need to be at least Spider-Man fast to do that, and Spider-Man has precognition.
Well, I think Spider-Man's fast enough to do that without Spider Sense, but the Spider Sense really fucking helps. Which is why Marvel writers need to stop writing character kills Marvel Universe and then Spider-Man dies to a gun, because no, he wouldn't. The gun's fired by fucking Venom.
Yeah, I was about to say the only person that could realistically kill him with a gun would be Venom. Yeah, because he cannot sense Venom at all.
Okay, yeah, Solid Snake. All right, so Solid Snake's like run speed has never been shown to be anything terribly great, but his like physical reaction speed in combat is absolutely goddamn batshit nutso. All right, so first off, Solid Snake, as an old man, was capable of going toe-to-toe with fucking Vamp. And Vamp is capable of going toe-to-toe with fucking Raiden in pure cyborg exoskeleton mode. Vamp can deflect bullets that have been fired with his knife, even fired by an assault rifle. And the fact that Snake, even as an old man, is capable of outspeeding that means that Prime Snake is way faster than bullets and could definitely dodge them mid-shot. But Even more than that, we can also look into the Twin Snake scene, where Snake is shown dodging through missiles in mid-air after they've been fired from the Hind D. And even further than that, we have Old Man Snake dodging a directly post-fired railgun shot from fucking Crying Wolf's railgun, which I believe is a scaled-down version of the Rex railgun, which can fire bullets at 100 kilometers per second, which is over 162,000 miles per hour.
All right, so he's pretty fast. Fuck you, Kojima, for writing this. This is fucking anime shit.
For the record, I actually think you're underselling Captain America's speed by quite a lot as well. But
I can't. He's not really that fast, you know. He cannot. There's no way he can dodge a bullet. You know what I mean?
I think he can. Is what I'm saying.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can. Because he's a super soldier. Like, he's not superhuman. You know what I'm saying?
He is superhuman.
Nah, he's just a Boy Scout.
That's Mach 210, by the way.
To dodge a bullet?
No, to dodge the railgun. Dodge a bullet's like Mach 2.
Yeah, I don't see Captain America being that fast. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see him being that fast. I can see Captain America being able to fight it over Mach 2. I think we're underselling Cap. I feel bad for Cap. I feel like I should have read a bunch of Marvel comics for this. Because I am confident Cap has higher stats than these.
That's the thing. Like, he's more strategic than anything. That's how he wins most of his fights. Like, he could beat Quicksilver. He's not going to beat him in speed. He's going to beat him by being smart. Like, he's like Batman level smart. You know what I'm saying?
That sounds not true, but I get what you're getting at.
Yeah, like the Super Soldier.
We'll say like Green Arrow. Batman's smart is like stupid, like unrealistically ridiculous kind of smart.
Yeah, that's
like I would give like Reed Richards Batman smart. Like fucking Batman is stupid smart.
Reed Richards is the smartest man in the world. So.
Yeah, okay. Who's the second smartest person in Marvel?
It's
Peter Parker. Batman's like Peter Parker smart.
Yeah, Hank Pym would probably be number 2 in Marvel.
Then there we go. Batman's Hank Pym. Because his actual smartest DC character that's human is Lex Luthor.
That makes sense, yeah. But so yeah, like he's smarter.
Batman's smarter than Tony Stark, is what I'm telling you. When Tony Stark's number 4.
Because it would be Reed, then Hank, then Spider-Man, then probably Tony. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And Captain America. Actually, no, it'd probably be like T'Challa after Tony, and then probably Captain America around there. Yeah.
You think Captain America is the 5th smartest person in Marvel? I think you're forgetting. You're forgetting a lot of characters, like Asmodeus Cho, for example, and
who cares about him?
Well, he's supposed to.
Just put all the Hulks number 5. You know.
Yeah, you forgot the Hulk too. Yeah.
Yeah. I always forget.
I don't see Captain America being top 10. All right, I'm disagreeing with your complete power scaling for this man. I'm like, he ain't that smart, but he's way stronger.
He's got street smarts.
I'm not saying Captain America's not smart. I'm well aware he's smart. He's versed in like a bunch of. We're not on that portion. We'll debate how smart Captain America is in a second. Right now, we're on stamina and endurance, which is a category that Cap will definitely take.
Yeah, 100%. He's taken.
This is an easy Cap win on this one.
Yeah, he got fucking. He's been fucked up multiple times. So, but like basically any villain you name it, like he's probably been fucked up by.
Yeah.
So. Like I'm pretty sure he got shredded by Doom a couple times. He's definitely got whooped by Thanos.
I mean, a big one is he can take a Hulk punch.
Oh, he can, yeah.
He will, because there are comics, you'll see him get punched by the Hulk. Now, he goes down, but he lives. And the average person wouldn't know.
He's not going to live from that, yeah. That's like getting hit with a fucking exploding sun.
It's pretty close to that, yeah.
So yeah, he can do that. So that's pretty crazy, honestly. And I want to say he got blasted by the Power Stone too, which was another pretty crazy feat in and of itself. I'm pretty sure he fought Adam Warlock 101 too, who's maybe he was Magus at the time. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know he's fought Adam Warlock, but I can't remember if he was like full power Adam Warlock or not.
Who knows? So yeah, I would say Cap America, the amount of I would say as far as durability goes, and this is kind of an important part. I would say as far as durability goes, I think he can. We know he can take a Hulk punch. Now, the average punch from a Hulk isn't going to destroy an entire planet. Let's be realistic here. But,
No.
The Hulk could probably, and Cap went through the building when he did that, so, mid to large size building for sure. Easy from a punch that Cap can probably tank through. You could probably even go a little further than that if you wanted to. If we're talking to, how much does it take to kill him, you could probably whoop his ass through, I would be willing to go, City Block for Cap.
Yeah, so he's very resilient, but he can die from a gun.
That's fair. You know what? He's something Solid Snake. You shoot him with enough gun.
Yeah, gun is his weakness.
To be fair, gun's a lot of people's weakness.
He's died from gun plenty of times.
Yes.
Which is, it's a thing. So I mean, he's pretty endurance wise, like I was saying earlier, he can go for a while.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, so that's how much durability he has. When we talk about stamina, this is something I do know about Captain America. His body doesn't produce exhaustion chemicals, which means viably Captain America can go until he just runs out of food. Excuse me. So he can go 100%. For literal days without stopping.
Yeah, he can literally just keep going.
And the thing about Captain America is he can go for days without stopping, but the more thing is that these days that he's going, he's not tiring. He's not slowing down. It's maximum performance during that time.
Yeah.
You cannot it's not like a character with self-sustenance or anything, like a Superman or anything, but viably Captain America can fight for days, possibly because he's enhanced, maybe even weeks, just straight up without stopping with no performance decrease.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fucking crazy. That is a nutso feat. Also, he doesn't age, which isn't relevant in this because Snake can't age you by hitting you, but but he doesn't age, so that's pretty cool for him. All right, let's get over to Snake feats. I think we're good at. I'm going to say that we can probably assume that Snake can take at least as much damage as his dad can. And we're so he could viably withstand a fucking a straight up Metal Gear fucking thousands of tons of weight just slamming directly into his fucking body. Now, that would hurt a lot. No,
yeah, probably, yeah.
He's not gonna be like, woo, that did nothing to me. No, it'll be like, oh, make it stop. We've seen Snake take missiles. He's been shot by the railgun in 4. These do a lot of damage. These will bring him to near death, but Snake can take and of course Raiden can do a fucking break dance with 5 geckos flinging through the air, and Raiden's on par with Vamp, actually stronger than Vamp. We know Snake can take the shots from Vamp, so and I think Vamp can even cut straight. Well, we know Raiden can cut straight through a fucking gecko, so I don't see why Vamp can't cut through a fucking gecko. So yeah, Solid Snake can survive an amount of damage that would just straight up take down tanks and shit. He's been shot by tanks and shit. He can step on landmines. You can shoot him with bullets. If you do enough of this, he will die. He does not have infinite... He's not immortal or anything. But yeah, he can take a lot of damage. I would say it's probably a bit less than Captain America can take. But I think they're probably probably ballpark in that area. If we're talking about like how much it would take to like physically kill them, right? And for stamina, Snake has an amazing stamina for a human. For a good old man, he's able to like participate in missions mostly without slowing that last for like 1, 2, maybe 3 days. But like long drawn out combat sequences have shown to actually tire him out. There's a bit of panting when he fights like Liquid at the end of like MGS1. So like he has inhuman stamina by like modern standards, but compared to Captain America, I literally am incapable of feeling fatigue. He definitely loses out in like raw stamina and probably a little bit in durability also, if I had to say.
Yeah, no, that sounds about accurate. Yeah, it's really hard to keep up with Captain America's durability because he's a comic book character.
Yeah,
and like then he needs to be durable for plot.
Yeah. Whereas Snake has to be killable for game.
Yeah. Like he literally aged up Snake just so he can be like, well, he is vulnerable.
Yeah, we can kill him now. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Snake can survive a heart attack. Cap, who beats you there. Captain America has historically died more times to like heart attacks and disease than Snake has. Eat a dick, Cap. Snake is more resilient to viruses. That'll be relevant in this fist fight.
You never know.
You didn't know about my super soldier virus.
Aw, man.
Snake's like, that's okay, you didn't know about the Fox die. Cap's like, are we both about to die? Now we can get on to knowledge and experience and shit.
Okay. Yeah, he knows a lot of martial arts and fighting techniques.
From what I've read on the Marvel Wiki, he knows every martial art.
Yes.
Which is physically impossible, but I didn't write his comic.
That is also not including stuff he's learned from people off planet. So
he knows some alien martial arts.
He does know some alien fighting styles as well. So that is also a thing too. So not only is he well versed in the world of fighting, he's also versed in the universe of fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Knowledge-wise, like we were talking earlier, he's not dumb.
No. He is notably super intelligent. I genuinely think you've vastly oversold his intelligence. But he is known to have super intelligence, which is notable. Like, he is very notably intelligent.
Correct.
Might be, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's probably, arguably, with maybe a debate about Griffin, the smartest character we have had on Fight Club.
Probably, yeah.
I think that's true.
Goku being the dumbest.
By a fucking mile. No, he's actually pretty close to Sailor Moon, but yeah, it is.
I don't know.
Those two fucking dum-dums.
Sailor Moon goes to school.
Yeah, but she's failing.
It doesn't matter. She goes to school, so she's got that one up. She actually shows up. So there's that.
But yeah, I would say Captain America's the smartest character we've had on Fight Club so far.
Probably, yeah.
I would also say, as far as like martial arts combat knowledge, he is definitely number one. And as far as how we go,
I don't know. Goku might be up there too, though.
Goku doesn't know every martial art in the world.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he also knows universal stuff too. He's trained with King Kai and the gods
and Yardrat. Yeah. But he doesn't know every martial art in the world. He doesn't know Crane School, for example. We also are not debating Captain America versus Goku because that's not a real fight. If Goku wanted to show up in the middle of this fight and Cap and like Snake just nod to each other and then swap sides to be on the same team and then they both fight Goku, it would not matter.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
They'd be like, bigger threat, wow! And then they just like punching him, and he's just like, haha, this is doing nothing.
Haha. You were like buzzing of lives to me.
But yeah, how would you say, we know he's super intelligent, but like, let's be realistic here, right? Because people in comic book writers don't know how to write characters that are actually intelligent. What would you say his like tactical knowledge is? Do you think? Do you think he's? I know he's a notable tactician because he was like a military commander, but like,
Correct. Yeah.
Let's be real here. Like, how good of a tactician do you really think he is? Is he
I
like,
mean, he's good enough to be the leader of the Avengers.
that's pretty good. Is he like, he's like a fucking 4D chess kind of motherfucker, or is he like a competent leader?
He does actually play chess. That is actually
no, but like, I mean, like, we're talking like Xanatos Gambit Batman shit, where Batman's like, oh, you tried to hypnotize me, but little did you know that I hypnotized myself before you hypnotized me. And then the other person's like, what the fuck do you mean by that, Batman? And Batman's like, little did you know that I have a defense robot that activates when my self-hypnosis triggers. This is a thing Batman has in his canon. This is why I'm like, don't compare him to Batman. Don't. Batman is fucking stupid smart. Like, so smart that the person that wrote it had to be stupid to think you could write a character that smart.
So that he would definitely not be that smart because that is fucking psychotic. Number one.
Good. For the record, Batman has a fucking program for if his mind is erased, he has a backup program that will rewrite his entire brain and turn him back into Batman.
Yeah, he just has issues.
Oh yeah. Oh no one's denying that about Batman.
Yeah. Steve's just like a man out of time who also has issues, but he also punched Hitler. Did I mention how he punched Hitler?
That, you know what, Solid Snake has not punched Hitler.
Exactly, yeah. So
yeah, he wasn't born.
He is a good tactician. He's gotten out of some good pickles in his day. So
I think Snake was born in the 80s.
So yeah, he also has that old school like work mentality too.
Oh yeah.
Which you know, he will work his ass off to solve said problem.
Mm-hmm.
He will not give up. So he can do this all day.
He can do this all day. We established that with stamina. He can literally do this all day.
Yeah, he can literally do this all day.
Oh yeah, Snake. So, by the way, as far as stamina, real quick, Snake has like nanomachines that help him prevent him from getting tired. I would not, in a million years, argue that they are as effective as the Super Soldier Serum, though.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I think they only last for like 12 hours, which is a lot less than indefinite.
Yeah. So yeah. Definitely good tactician. Definitely smart. Definitely intelligent. Can analyze the situation and find a way to overcome it pretty easily. So, yeah. I mean, he fought Spider-Man, so.
Well,
he didn't win, but
it's hard to say what kind of feat fighting Spider-Man is.
It's a pretty big feat.
Random ass bank robber can fight Spider-Man, but if Spider-Man shows up and is like, "Hey, you're not fighting Spider-Man," they're like, "What's that mean?" And like, "You're fighting Peter Parker." Then the guy's like, "Oh, I surrender now. Can I surrender? Just take me to jail right now, please."
Yeah, I actually believe in the DC Avengers vs. Justice League comic. I believe he also did end up fighting Batman, and I believe he lost to that fight. I can't remember, but I think he lost.
He probably should, to be fair, because of the bullshit they've done. I also wouldn't make that super canon though, because that's just like a lot of fun bullshit that they like to have. Like it's one of those like enjoyable crossovers, but I would hardly argue that's like a canon event for either universe.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah. Because they had to add things in for like fans of both universes, be like, hey, that's really cool.
Oh, the anti-life equation. Oh, the Infinity Gauntlet. Which one would win? Who cares?
The anti-life equation.
Yeah, Darkseid. Darkseid would fuck Thanos up, no problem.
Oh no, I'm not talking Darkseid versus Infinity Gauntlet. I'm saying like anti-life equation beats the Infinity Gauntlet, because the anti-life equation works on a multiversal scale, and also with the anti-life equation you could mind control the person with the Infinity Gauntlet. Although you might be able to maintain your sanity with the Mind Stone, so I might be wrong about that. Because like
no,
because the anti-life
no.
equation could mind control like everyone else in the multiverse, but if the Mind Stone manages to keep your mind intact, then you could just Power Stone the shit out of them.
Yeah, so there's a way to beat that easily. If you are transported to another reality, those stones will not work in that
But the
reality.
anti-life equation does not transport you to other reality. It gives you control over free will.
Yeah, but I don't know, it's
So
possible.
actually, it might be the power. It might be the Infinity Gauntlet. I would say like the anti-life equation is more powerful, but in a like if you were to fight like two people with them were to smash into each other, I would probably give it to the Infinity Gauntlet just because it has like some cool powers that you wouldn't get with the like. I'm assuming the Mind Stone would be able to protect you from the anti-life equation because it gives you control over minds, right? And like if it's localized to your universe, it would give you control over your own mind, which would prevent anti-life equation from taking over you.
Yes.
So actually, I think it might be the Infinity Gauntlet. Although I would argue anti-life equation is more powerful overall because it's a multiversal thing.
But it's a good counter.
Yeah. Just get the Mind Stone, obviously. Next time someone's threatening you with the anti-life equation, just acquire the fucking Infinity Gauntlet from a different comic book company.
That's what we normally do, yeah.
Huh?
That's what we normally do.
Yeah.
I just get the gauntlet out. Anytime I have a problem at work, gauntlet.
Okay, anyway, yeah, Solid Snake. So Solid Snake does not know every martial art on the planet. I'm sorry to disappoint all the Solid Snake fans out there. What he does know is he knows CQC. Now, Snake is a master practitioner of CQC, and to quote Bruce Lee, I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Which would be very relevant if Snake wasn't incredibly out of practice with his CQC. You see, Big Boss was such a controversial figure that for decades they made the use of CQC illegal, and so Solid Snake actually did not start using it again until, like, Metal Gear Solid 4. He was very out of practice. Now, he still used his own fighting techniques, but it's worth noting that in a raw hand-to-hand combat skills, he could take out basically any rando soldier. Like, he's able to grab fucking Vamp. I cannot get over the fact that he grabs fucking Vamp effortlessly. Like, Raiden has, like, this whole, like, spinning kick thing where their blades are whirling around and barely making any fucking issues. And Solid Snake is just like, nope, and you're mine. Like, he can treat a fucking supersonic super soldier like a fucking child in his hands. But there's unquestionably the fact that Snake is out of practice. And so as far as, like, now, if we were talking Big Boss, if we were talking The Boss, I could make an argument that it's like, well, those two are so good at their chosen martial art that they could probably give Cap a run for his money. But, like, Solid Snake, I think is just, I don't think he has enough with his actual chosen martial art to match all of Steve Rogers' bullshit on that.
That's fair.
Now, if we're talking about like general intelligence, I would have to give it to Steve Rogers. Snake is smart, but he's not, like, mind-blowingly smart, and honestly, he's kind of dumb in a few scenes. Like, it's a quirky little thing that they like to portray Solid Snake as being a little bit of a doofus. He's got, like, a good memory, and he's got, like, a good, like, knowledge about, like, the U.S. and its government systems and its tactics and, like, history and stuff. But, like, if we're talking, like, raw intelligence, like, who can rewire this fucking computer? Steve Rogers is going to win out in general intelligence every time. Easily, by a mile. If we're talking, like, actual battle tactics, I don't think we really got sold on Captain America's battle tactics. But Solid Snake is a tactical genius and mastermind. There's a great, like, Metal Gear Solid 4 trailer, which shows what an average soldier would experience while fighting Solid Snake, and it is fucking insane. It feels like you are fighting multiple people at once, just through sheer tactical knowledge. Now, he's also not a Batman 4D chess player, but he is a tactical genius, a tactical mastermind, and is really good at, like, seeing through enemy tactics and devising counters. Fun fact about Solid Snake, to my knowledge, this man has lost only 3 fights in the entirety of Metal Gear. One fight he lost to Liquid Ocelot, and I think he was having a heart attack at the time. Second fight, he lost to Big Boss, who managed to capture him in a hug. He was also old. He was like 60 years old in both of these instances, for the record, so take that how you will. And then the third fight he lost was in his prime of Metal Gear Solid 2, for the record. He lost a fight to Fortune. And that is a fair 1v1 Solid Snake versus Fortune. He did actually lose to her. Now, I will remind you that you cannot physically hit Fortune. But a loss is a loss.
That's fair.
Attacks curve around her. It's like she warps like space, basically. Like you physically cannot hit Fortune. But he did lose to her anyway. So yeah, and now if we're going to talk about combat experience, I'm actually going to posit a theory here. Snake was a child soldier. And he'd been like fighting ever since he was a kid. Steve Rogers spent a very long time in the iceberg and entered the military at like, what, 18? Something like that? 16 maybe?
It was 18, yeah.
18, yeah, during World War II. There is a, I almost hate to say this, genuinely decent chance that Solid Snake has more actual live combat experience than Steve Rogers does. I know he's way younger, like way, way younger, even if, but like way younger, not including the iceberg, like 100 years younger. If we do include it. But, like, realistically, I think there is a chance Solid Snake may just have more actual combat experience than Steve Rogers. Just because he started so young and Steve spent so much out of it frozen in fucking ice.
Yes.
Will that be enough to make it up? I don't know. We'll find out. Finally, little bits of bonus powers. Does Steve Rogers have any notable side abilities that you think is relevant to mention?
He's a good friend. He's a nice guy.
That's a good power. Those are good powers.
He is also a virgin in most canon.
I did not know that.
So some people would think that's a superpower.
Yeah?
So, yeah, he doesn't yuck.
Is he over 30?
He's...
Because if he's over 30, that makes him a wizard. We didn't mention that he's a wizard.
I think in most canon he is over 30. Yeah.
Oh, he's a wizard. We forgot to mention his magic.
It's not getting pussy magic. Mystical. Other than that, I mean, that's basically he can basically make friends with anyone.
That's pretty good.
Too, so friend or foe. So
I mean, straight up, realistically, if this wasn't Fight Club, a real interaction would be these two just broing the fuck out. But
probably, yeah,
just drinking a beer and shit. Yeah,
they would be like Sylvester Stallone and like Arnold Schwarzenegger just having some stogies, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Solid Snake's
like
special ability is he has an old Soliton radar system implanted into him. It never got the update. And he has old school nanomachines. So you can't hack into him, and he always knows where his enemies are, where they're facing, what they're looking at, and how alert they are to his presence. He is also immune to mind control. You might be thinking, wait, this is a straight-up fight where they both are aware that they're in a fight. Neither of those powers sound useful. Haha, they're not. But...
but they're there.
But he has them. He also has accelerated aging on himself. He ages at an accelerated rate. But that will not... Steve Rogers ain't going to be fighting him for 10 years. For
you
enough
don't know that.
Enough for that relevant.
He can do this all day, baby.
Yeah, but Snake can't.
Exactly.
That's why I know the fight won't last for 10 years.
Eventually somebody will bow out.
Yeah. All right, we're ready to call it who we think's going to win on this one?
Yeah.
All right, who do you think?
I'm going to say Snake.
I think with our current stats, I think Snake is a good win on this just because he's faster and harder hitting. I do genuinely think we're underselling Captain America as far as like speed and strength goes, though. So I'm willing to pass it to Snake with an asterisk that I think we're wrong about Cap's abilities.
Well, that's like I said, it's really hard to like determine like a solid like that's what sucks about comic book characters. Mm-hmm. Like you can look at their feats and like over the years, but like when you're trying to like pick like the definitive version of them. It really comes down to who the fuck is writing them.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So like that's what like kind of like with like Snake, you've had like a consistent writer, like with Kojima over like the games.
Consistent is being generous to Kojima, but sure.
That's fair, but so like his feats are pretty consistent. He's also only had we'll say 30 years of
yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah. Like 30 years of like time
30.
on this earth with that. Captain America's been around for almost 100 years. Like legitimately almost 100 years.
Like 80. 70 to 80.
Yeah, 'cause, I want to say his first book was in like 1940 something.
Yeah.
So we'll say 80.
Which is a lot more writing history, to be fair. And it's also worth noting that unlike DC, Marvel doesn't reboot. They just fucking slide their time scale like assholes. So I will fully acknowledge that Captain America is like way jankier as far as his writing goes. Like Snake is written very inconsistently, but compared to like a fucking 80-year-old comic book character, a Marvel comic book character, because DC's more consistent because they reboot their universes, it's hard to like compare how fucking inconsistent this man is written. I will fully acknowledge that. But I say if you pick current Marvel comic Cap with his powers, because he recently got his powers back right off the fucking comic book, there's no way I believe he's that slow or can't hit harder than we're giving him credit for.
Yeah.
I will say this, even with our... So I'm willing to say Snake with what we have stated in this episode. If we're assuming that what we have stated is accurate, I'm willing to give this to Snake. But I will say that as an addendum, if speed was equalized in this fight, I would give it to Captain America, just because I think the fighting skills and the knowledge would eventually overtake him. Like, I think he could keep Snake occupied. Like, I think Snake would have the upper hand, but I think he could keep Snake occupied just long enough to start getting the upper hand, Snake start getting fatigued. We know Cap won't, and then I think Cap would outmaneuver him. Like, I think in a speed equalized scenario, Snake would probably lose this fight. And I would make the argument that if we, like, had probably more accurate Cap stats, I would probably also give this to Captain America as well. I do not think there is a speed feat that Captain America can have that can match Snake's railgun dodge, though.
Absolutely not.
Like, there might be like a fringe comic that some fucking asshole wrote in the 80s where it's like, Captain America dodged the laser, but like, realistically, I think you take a typical Captain America, like how most writers would write him, I don't think there's any way to put him at Snake's speed level.
No.
But I think if we equalize the speed, they're like, okay, they're same speed, just ignore that entire category. They have the same, like, mobility. They're both humans that run and jump, basically. I think Cap takes it just on pure combat knowledge.
Yeah. 100%, yeah. I agree with that, so...
But if they meet in a battlefield, like, this isn't Fight Club. I think we'll give this episode to Snake. We already did our round. Snake wins. I don't feel great about it because I don't feel like this is a great fight. Because I feel like I don't feel good about our Cap stats on this. I don't know how you feel about it. Probably not great because I know you're more of a Cap fan anyway.
Yeah, like if we were going like MCU Cap, I'd say it 100%. Yeah.
Oh, MCU like, Cap fucking dies to Solid Snake. That's not a.
Yeah.
Like Snake fucking runs up and just decks him, and Cap's head flies off of his shoulders.
This takes his shield.
It's like, this has become my shield.
This is mine.
This is a thing I do. I take weapons from boss fights. That's a thing he does that in every game.
I'm gonna go slap around Gray Fox for this.
It'd be a good weapon against Gray Fox, actually. He probably wish he had it.
Yeah.
Although, if he brought a shield against Gray Fox, that would probably encourage Gray Fox to be like, oh, okay, so I'm allowed my sword, right? We're doing weapons?
We're doing weapons,
Because when you use the gun against Gray Fox fights you with the sword, but if you put the gun up, Gray Fox is like, fuck yeah, boy! And he sees the sword, and he's like, fist on fist? Are you kidding me?
All right, yeah, Solid Snake wins.
Solid Snake wins. Solid Snake wins. Not feeling great about this, but yeah, in a battlefield, I would actually like, because we always say neutral territory, right?
Yes.
But if we're like in a battlefield, open warfare, Snake definitely wins because of his stealth. Like the sneaking suit, the stealth camouflage, the infinite ammo, but the Soliton radar, so he always knows where Cap is facing. Like those are massive advantages. That's why we had to take Snake's stealth in the first place, because a stealth kill is not in Cap's favor. All right, I'm willing to move.
All right, let's move it on up.
All right, this really is yours.
All right, this is Across the Spider-Verse, the new Sony animated Spider-Man film, starring a whole bunch of people in movies that you've seen, but now they're voicing Spider-Man or Spider-Woman. I saw this Sunday with my daughter. She wanted to go. For those of you who haven't seen Into the Spider-Verse, the first movie in the trilogy, it's probably one of the greatest animated films of all time because of the visual style and just everything about it. So
I would say, as far as Western movies go, you know what? I'm willing to say one of the greatest 100%. Animated movies of all time. As far as like Western movies, it's easy top 10.
Yeah, 100%. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. This one was better somehow.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing it was missing was Nicolas Cage, but that's fine.
I did hear. I was like, hey, I wonder if like Penny and Spider Noir and Spider Ham are in this.
No spoilers, but yeah,
I know Penny
anyway.
is. I actually, I'm not super vexed about like the spoilers for this movie, but it did just come out, so do keep them light. But yeah, I do know a bit about what happens. I do know Penny is in it for at least one line.
Yeah, they do show up. That's all I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this one's basically it sets up Spot as like the main villain of the next movie as well. For those who don't know, Spot is Jonathan Ohm. He is a man who can actually, basically a walking pocket universe.
Yeah, he's the light. Like, apparently he's been a joke. I know Comic Drake did a video on him and stuff, and I've seen a few other videos. Apparently he's been like a joke comic book character for like the last like 30 years or something. And I'm over here like, this man has one of the most batshit awesome powers. Why the fuck are you making this a joke villain?
Yeah, I mean they kind of play that off in the movie too. Like Miles calls him like the villain of the week and stuff like that, and like he becomes basically a god by the end of the movie. He's like, I'm not villain of the week anymore, motherfucker. And he's like,
no, I mean it's really fucking weird. I'm trying to think of like an equivalent to like what like Spot would be in like DC. It would be like if Brainiac showed up and they're like, oh, it's that fucking Brainiac. What a goober. what a fucking silly goober man this Brainiac is. And it's like, this man's ability is fucking passion. Why are we taking this so lightly? Although I will say, from what I've heard, one of the comic book appearances of the Spot totally justifies why they take him so lightly, which is apparently Spider-Man couldn't hit him in the first appearance. This is Peter Parker, I'm assuming. And like, he finally got a real punch in, and Spot was like, ow! Is that what that feels like? Oh, I don't want to be a supervillain anymore.
Yeah,
and to be fair, yeah, okay, fair enough, honestly.
Yeah, he's also voiced by Jason Schwartzman, which is he's always been like a nerdy dude in like a lot of movies and shit like that. So it's I don't know, it's played perfectly by him. It's really good. Like, he's not really the main focus of the movie. He is, but like Miguel O'Hara is kind of like the main. I wouldn't say
antagonist is the word you want.
Yeah, he's more the antagonist of the film because he's like trying to stop Miles from doing stuff. So that's all I'm gonna say about that.
I've heard good things from everyone except Maid.
Really?
Yeah.
Weird.
That I've heard good things from everyone, or that Maid didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels I don't know. I really enjoyed it. I can see what maybe. the biggest thing, like I knew going into it was going to be obviously one of two parts.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people are complaining about the cliffhanger ending, but I thought it was fine. But I also was like mentally prepared for a cliffhanger.
I didn't know there was going to be a cliffhanger.
Yeah. So this is one of two parts. So
Mm.
the Beyond the Spider-Verse, which comes out next year, is um the end of the story, basically. So
Oh, they say until Sony's like, we need more money and we need to keep the Spider-Man license.
oh, 100%. So yeah, like I can understand why some people aren't liking it, but like um because like my daughter, I remember like the movie had ended, and she's like it's over. I'm like, yeah. She's like, when's the next one come out? Like next year. She's like, you mean I have to wait a whole another year? I'm like, honey, you weren't even around for Infinity War and Endgame, so I don't even want to hear it.
Oh, that made me feel old when you said that out loud.
No, I mean, she was around, but
Oh,
like,
okay.
she didn't, yeah, she's 12, so she was live.
I was
but,
like, ah!
um,
There's like existential screaming for a second in my head.
how do you think I feel? I have an almost 12-year-old daughter. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, Mate is literally 7 years older than my kid. Like, that's nutty.
Oh, God.
Right? No. How old is Mate?
Like 2021, something like that.
Oh, I thought she was 18.
Mm-mm.
Anyway. She was 18.
How do you think I fucking feel? I remember when Maid turned 18.
That's why like I remember like I felt like that was like last year, so I was like, wait a minute. So yeah, like I like the movie was great. Like the voice cast was great. Andy Samberg plays Scarlet Spider, and it's
I've seen the clip. Yeah, there are clips going around somehow. I don't know why.
Yeah. But yeah, overall it's a 10 out of 10. Like Yuri Lowenthal does make a cameo as the Spider-Man from the Spider-Man games too, which is really cool. That's not a really spoiler because everyone saw it coming. So
I've seen a lot of spoiler clips from this. Something about a
I can
bagel.
imagine,
Everyone's going off on a bagel for some reason. I think Spot turns into a villain because of a bagel.
Yes. So in the first movie, when they're running out of the Alchemax laboratory, Miles throws a bagel at a scientist, and it happens to be him.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what turns him into the villain. The ending of the last movie is what kind of turns him into the villain.
Okay.
But that's just like a precursor to why he hates him, which is why it's kind of.
Oh, okay,
funny.
all right. I thought that's what turned him into the Spot was he got hit with a bagel. I'm like, why did they just leave fucking super powered bagels around in their cafeteria? That's just dangerously irresponsible for a group of scientists.
It is, and I bought bagels recently too, so I'm hoping I get some of those.
People are making like a lot of comparisons between that and Everything Everywhere All at Once, which also apparently prominently features a bagel. And in my back of my brain, I'm thinking on Sleeping City season 1 with the fucking everything bagel, and how Murph like disintegrates himself when he eats the bagel. That's how they beat the final boss and on Sleeping City. I guess spoilers for a fucking D&D podcast no one's gonna watch. You should, by the way. On Sleeping City is fucking phenomenal. Oh, by the way, I'm tipsy now. I'm on like Margarita 8 now. I'm just pouring it. This bottle was like up to here when we started this podcast.
So yeah, I definitely recommend going to see if you like the first one or if you like Spider-Man in general. If you like Miles Morales, it's a movie based on him. Miguel O'Hara is great in this movie. Which I feel like it's good that he's actually like kind of like the lead somewhat, because Spider-Man 2099 comics were some of the first ones that I read back in like the 90s. So I've always wanted to see more of him, and he was never really in like any sort of media, but he was in I think Shattered Dimensions. That Spider-Man game, that's like the only real one that he was like
Edge
really
of Time
in.
or something. He was in one of those, yeah.
Maybe he was in both then.
He was definitely. Edge of Time was a Spider-Man game.
Yes.
Then he was in Edge of Time.
Yeah, I know he was in one of the. That was the one with Anti-Venom, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so he's in
I don't know.
One, yeah.
I've heard. I have heard he was in Edge of Time.
Those are some solid games, honestly. The Spider-Man games back in that era were really good.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I defy you to name a bad Spider-Man game before the N64. That was 3-dimensional.
Amazing Spider-Man for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 4.
I have not played it, so I'll have to give you that point just out of pure ignorance.
It's pretty bad. Also, Spider-Man Friend or Foe, which was another game for, I believe, PS3 and 360.
Okay.
Where they kind of did like a co-op thing with like the villains and stuff, and it wasn't great.
Can we acknowledge that most Spider-Man games are actually pretty good, though?
Also, all the Super Nintendo Spider-Man games here are also pretty good.
I said like
I
post
know,
64. Okay.
You said post 64, but those ones are pretty good.
I just imagined because I remember the 64 Spider-Man game as being pretty good, and I'm like, for all I know, there was like some SNES games that fucking assed.
They're all pretty good. Yeah,
realistically,
up,
I assume that most licensed titles are ass, and that's why I just wanted to cover my bases.
That's fair. The Spider-Man games that were on DS and Game Boy Advance were all trash.
Yeah, I imagined. And that's again why I specified 3D.
Movie tie-ins and shit. But those went. Other than that, I think that's about it for bad Spider-Man games. Honestly.
So can we acknowledge most Spider-Man games are pretty fucking good?
Most of them are, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not even like I don't like. Because, like, yes, I think we can acknowledge Spider-Man's a good character. I say this all the time. Superman is my all-time favorite superhero, but my second favorite superhero is fucking Spider-Man. Who doesn't love Spider-Man? Specifically Peter Parker. Nothing against Miles. Miles is cool, but it's specifically Peter Parker.
Well, yeah.
But like I said, like my favorite superhero is like Superman, and like there's never been a good Superman game, but like all the Spider-Man games are good. So like I don't even think it's just like, oh, you like Spider-Man. It's like, yeah, I do like Spider-Man, but also his games are good though. Like I think it's like a side thing. It's like, yes, I enjoy Spider-Man, and that adds to it, but also I defy you to not load up a Spider-Man game and have a good time.
Like that's why like Superman has like a hard time in live action and video games and like other media, because like he's just a guy that flies around and hits people like real hard. Like how do you
He's not.
How do you translate that?
I'm offended.
How do you translate that?
I'm offended. First off, it'd be super easy to make a good Superman movie. I'm fucking baffled. I'm fucking. The reason they don't make good Superman movies is because because Warner Brothers doesn't understand Superman, and they keep putting people in charge that have no fucking clue what Superman is all about. All right. Making a Superman game is a lot harder, but I genuinely think you could do it.
The only one that comes close is Superman Returns, which was like the Brandon Routh like movie tie-in game. That game is okay.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about movie Superman. First off, they put James Gunn in charge of the new Superman movie, and he's like, I'm halfway done with the script. I like his Guardians movies, and I thought The Suicide Squad was a good enough movie. I'm worried. I'm actually worried because like his vibe doesn't seem to be the Superman vibe.
He did say that his that Superman would not be like goofy like the other movies were.
Okay.
He said he was going to take a more like serious, direct approach to the movie. Because he can write movies like that. Like he's just like he's good at the comedy and like the shtick. You know what I mean? But he already stated, I think it was when he was on the press tour for Guardians, that Superman is not going to be like silly. It's not going to be goofy and stuff like that. There probably will be jokes, but it's not going to be like over the top like we've seen in like his last few movies.
I'm okay with a good Joker now and again. Yeah, the thing about like Superman. That first off, Superman, you can probably, if you know Superman, and I'm assuming you don't because you're more of a Marvel fan, right? But if you know Superman, you would know, and you know Spider-Man, you know there's actually like a lot in common between the two characters, right? So like, real quick, what are things you kind of like about Spider-Man?
He's just an everyday man, you know. He's a teenager with problems, and I like that. He's also broke. And I think that's hilarious.
Excellent. So here's the thing about... I want you to think about every Superman movie you've ever seen, and now I'm going to explain why Superman is such a great character. What you just said about, like, Spider-Man, I want you to take he's a teenager, change that to an adult working at a newspaper station, and that it is the same concept. That is Superman.
Yeah.
Superman, like, so there was a line, I talked about this thing like Kill Bill Volume 2, where fucking Bill is like, Superman is Superman every day, and then he puts on his Clark Kent disguise. No, he is fucking not. He is Clark Kent, and then he puts on his Superman disguise. Superman is Clark Kent. And, like, that's something that so many movie writers get wrong. They're like, this is Superman. He's an alien god, and he shoots lightning, and he can blow your house down. But, like, no. Superman is a fucking guy. He was a baby when he crash landed in Kansas. He was raised by a fucking upstanding, moral compass, fucking Kansas farm family. He grew up a country boy in a dinky small town in a fucking farm, doing farming, fucking around with animals. He's a doofus goofball. He bumps into shit that his family has to he loves Christmas so much his family wraps his Christmas presents in fucking lead so he doesn't peek at them because he loves Christmas so fucking much that he'll just straight up be like, what's my present? Yeah! He has a strong moral compass. He's just like, the thing about Superman is he's just like a good guy, right? There's like a power, like this is the kind of comic guy where like he like works in a newspaper office, like he works for like the Daily Bugle for a newspaper. His like crush is like the best reporter. He's like, damn, she's got her shit together. I'm really into that strong, independent woman. Lois Lane is an amazing character, by the way. If I just want to talk about, like, Lois Lane might be my favorite female love interest for any superhero. Second place is Mary Jane. I'm sorry. I'm basic.
No, Mary Jane's pretty top tier. So I mean, a lot of Spider-Man female characters are pretty top tier. Like Gwen Stacy is pretty good too.
But yeah,
even Liz is good.
But yeah, like it's just like this fucking goofball reporter, man. He like bumps into shit. He has no fun. Like, I don't know. Like, supposedly according to the comics, glasses are like hypnotic. I like to think he just makes a fashion statement. I think he just likes them. He slouches, but we know specifically stated in the comics that the real person is Clark Kent, which means he's got bad posture. Right? The like upright, ooh, I'm Superman. That's not him.
That's him making that up, you know?
Yeah, this motherfucker's just like, ugh, God. Yeah, he's like a warm, kind-hearted person that just like, he wants to help people. Like, this is the kind of motherfucker that you see in like Superman Grounded, where he just walked across the country. He straight up walked across the country in Grounded, which is a good comic for the record. I know that was a controversial run, but I really liked it. Where he just like walked through the countryside. He just fucking talked to people. It was like, hey, here's how you fix your engine, right? He like helped people out, got cats out of the streets. He genuinely cares about the people he like interacts with. Of course, All-Star Superman, he talks the person, like, off of the edge. Like, he stays there for hours just, like, talking to them. Like, making sure that they're in the mental headspace, like, capable to leave so they don't kill themselves. Like, Superman cares about the people he interacts with. And, like, what you would need in a good Superman movie is you don't ground it in, I'm an alien god that can laser your dick off. You ground it in Clark Kent, a very real, very human, very upstanding, warm-hearted, kind-hearted person. And the crazy thing is, like, the animated DC movies do this very well. If you've seen the Superman Doomsday movie that, like, just came out, that movie is fucking phenomenal. You care about Clark Kent as a person, you care about his relationship with Lois, and then he fucking dies, because of course he does. But like, that's what you need for Superman. You need to ground it in Clark Kent as a person, a guy that cares, like a warm-hearted individual. Can he laser your dick off? Yes. But what makes Superman such a compelling and interesting character is that he does not laser your dick off. Like, it's the same thing as like Spider-Man, right? Where it's like, he's a genuinely human character. Can Spider-Man walk right up to the next person, stick his fingers on your face like he does with like the buildings he climbs, and just tear your entire fucking face off? He can, but he doesn't do that because then he wouldn't be fucking Spider-Man. Which is also why, like, these evil, like, Superman tropes are, like, so fucking boring and shitty, is because, like, what if Superman was evil? It's like, okay, then he's fucking Zod. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. You already have that character.
You have that character. We have evil Kryptonians. Now, also controversial as a big Superman lover. Like the thing that makes Superman such a great character is he's a good guy. He's like one of those superheroes, and they're realistically most superheroes are assholes. All right, I think we can say that if that's fair, right?
Yeah, most of them are,
he like Superman is one of those few superheroes where I'm like, you would want to sit down, you would have a beer with this man, right? Peter Parker, Superman, you'd have a beer with those fuckers. Tell me you wouldn't. You would. I don't even like beer. I'd fucking beer it up with Superman. The Flash, you'd beer it up with the Flash if he's written like Barry Allen. You'd beer it up with Flash. But like, yeah, so that's what they get wrong. They're like, they put the Superman part first. Now, controversially, like, I don't think in Man of Steel where he snaps Zod's neck, I don't think that's a problem. I know people are like, Superman doesn't kill, but like the thing about Superman is like he is, at the end of the day, he is a person. He was raised as a human. He behaves like a human. The thing is, Superman will try his absolute damnedest not to kill. But even in canonical Superman comics, if he is pushed to the point where it is 100% necessary, if the problem will just keep getting worse, he will behave just like a regular human would, right? Like as a person, if you had Zod about to laser a fucking whole ass family with like a small child, like you wouldn't want to kill him. But if it's between like that entire like family and Zod and like Zod, most people with a moral compass are gonna fucking kill Zod, just like Superman did. And like, is he gonna feel bad? Like, that's the biggest problem, is he didn't feel bad about it in the next movie. But like, if he was like, fuck, I can't believe I just did that. And like, this happens in the comics, in like mainline DC canon. It's like 3 Kryptonians come in from another universe, just start fucking lasering him, and Superman stabs them with fucking kryptonite and kills them, and then feels like an asshole. He's like, oh my god, I just killed 3 people. I feel so fucking bad. And like, that's Superman. Like, Superman would like the way I look at the trilogy of like DC is like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. If you're writing Batman properly, he will never kill. Period. If he dies, he still won't kill. If the Gotham is going to explode, he won't kill you. Like, he will not kill anyone, period. No matter the circumstance. If the universe is going to explode, Batman will still not kill. Which is also part of the reason why the fucking Zack Snyder Batman shooting everyone with guns thing was so fucking stupid. Batman absolutely, and the reason Batman will not kill is because Batman is a fucking lunatic, and he thinks that if he kills one person, he's just gonna go on a fucking murder rampage. He's like, I'm literally too crazy to allow myself to cross that line a single time, or it will become a problem. I'm telling you right now, it is going to be an issue. Whereas Superman is like a normal guy, and he's like, yo, like Batman will never kill. Superman will try as hard as he possibly can to not kill. It is his absolute last resort. And Wonder Woman prefers not to kill. She grew up on a warrior race full of warrior women. She doesn't like to kill, but my dog, if you're shooting at her with a fucking tank, you're getting cut in half, all right?
I feel like that's fair.
Yeah. And like that, and like the people don't understand the DC heroes, especially the DC writers, especially fucking Zack Snyder, who just likes spectacle. But yeah, like making a Superman movie is not hard as long as you remember Superman is Clark Kent and not Superman. As for making a Superman game, that would be a lot harder. Because Superman, he's not the strongest character in DC. People think he's like the strongest character in fiction if they don't think it's Goku. And just like Goku, he's not even a strong character in his own fucking universe. But I have a perfect way to make a Superman. So in New 52, I'm sorry, I'm sure someone just sighed out there. They introduce an ability called like Supernova for Superman, which is like he can expend all of his solar radiation all at once to unleash just a massive explosion. Think of like Final Explosion from like Dragon Ball, right? And then after that, he loses all of his goddamn powers and just becomes like a normal dude. So if you're like looking for like a progression system, you could start off with like this big ability, go classic Castlevania style, give him absolutely everything, just let him waylay into the villain, then he supernovas, and now you've got like regular grand level Superman, and then you have a progression tree where you gradually over time unlock all of his Superman powers till you're like flying around the city and shit. And like you could throw in like because there are plenty of like DC villains that can fight Superman, like magic users. He takes some damage from like parademons. You could throw in like the Green Lantern Corps, Mongol, Lobo, Darkseid. If you want to, like, if you're having parademons there, might as well bring in Darkseid, like shit like that. Like he's not like invincible or anything. Well, I'd like to see like the Elite in there. That would be pretty cool. So yeah, so I like it would be harder to make a Superman game than it would be a Superman movie, but you could do it for sure, Zace.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I went on a huge Superman tangent where we were supposed to be talking about Spider-Man.
That's okay. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, 9 out of 10.
Awesome. I'll definitely watch it at some point. Don't think I won't, because I want to.
Good,
yeah. I'm on like fucking Margarita 9. I really need to stop drinking. Oh, excuse me. Hey, we're at like hour 3. I told you I'd get us to 2 hours. All right, we have The Dawn Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory by Makaveli. Also,
whatever that means.
Also known as Tupac. This is the final Tupac album. Technically, it's not the final Tupac album. There were still Tupac albums for years afterwards. But like, Dawn Killuminati is the last Tupac album that Tupac himself worked on. And the first posthumous record. I think it came out like a few weeks, maybe like a month or two after he died. And so you might ask yourself, hey, did Tupac managed to put out... hold on. Tupac is an absolute icon of the rap industry. And he also wasn't just a rapper. He was an actor and a poet and an activist, and he was taken from us too soon. He died in his 20s, and there really is no telling how far Tupac could have gone or how much he could have accomplished had he not died so young. So we don't really know how good Tupac could have been. And of course I say that like I do every time, because every time you say anything about Tupac, negative about Tupac, someone says that as their counter-argument. And the thing is, I don't disagree with a fucking word of that, but I'm purely analyzing Tupac's music right now. So, the question is, did Tupac manage to make an album before he died that I actually enjoyed when it was just him? Yes, actually. I hear a lot of people say this is his best album. I kind of agree, although I wasn't as big of a fan of Tupacalypse Now, I do kind of appreciate the sort of like message of that. Like at the very least, like Tupacalypse Now, Tupac seemed to like care about this. The songs weren't too long in this album, which is a big issue I've had with other Tupac albums. They weren't like the samey, and like the beats and the deliveries, they were all pretty good. This is definitely Tupac performing probably at his peak, other than in the Thug Life album, which he didn't really have any creative control over. So yeah, I would say, like, as far as like his best albums, this is probably his most listenable one. I don't think there was a song in this I disliked. I don't think there was a song in this I like tuned out of and got bored with, unlike in every other album. I think this is just like a solid delivery. The biggest issue I find with probably this specific album is like, unlike most other albums, there isn't necessarily like a strong song on this that I think blew me completely out of the water. Like a Dear Mama or Brenda's Got a Baby or anything. There wasn't anything that just like left me like, holy shit, dude, where was that the entire time? He did a bit of a song about his like girlfriend, which is an amusing song about him dating this like 40-year-old woman who's like a ride or die kind of bitch. And then like she dies at the end, and it was a good song where he talks about his girlfriend and like how she died, and it's a bit sad at the end. And that's a pretty solid song. That's definitely my I don't remember what the name of the song is. I'm too drunk. But I definitely remember that being a standout. But yeah, I enjoyed this album. This is the first Tupac album that he made. Ironically enough, not under the name Tupac, though. He made it under the name Makaveli. So I guess technically I haven't enjoyed any Tupac album under the name Tupac, but
That's fair.
But like Thug Life was like a super group kind of thing, and like as far as like a solo album, this is probably the first Tupac album I genuinely enjoyed all the way through. I could piss some people off. I would say that realistically, I feel this is like a 6 out of 10. It was a positive experience, but it didn't fucking blow my hair back or anything. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's fair. Yeah.
I assume you have not listened to it.
I've not heard. I probably have heard a couple songs off it.
You probably heard,
but
I can't. Songs, yeah.
I can't say I've heard it front to back now.
Okay, I'm actually good with this. I'm done, and I'm ready to move on to the next one, which is the Notorious B.I.G. Ready to Die. This is Biggie's first album. I went from one classic hip hop artist to another classic hip hop artist. Biggie's going to be a lot easier. He only had 2 albums. He had like a few posthumous records, but like I don't want to listen to Biggie's Reanimated Corpse. So Ready to Die kicks us off with the birth of Biggie Smalls, and it goes all, and so like I wouldn't say there's like heavy like album cohesion to this, but there is a bit of a theme. And here's the thing I'm gonna say about Biggie. Right? Yes. Also, Biggie fucking died very young and was taken from us too soon. But like, if I had to compare him to Tupac, I might get hate for this. I think Biggie was better than Tupac on every single musical level. I think he is
A lot of people think that.
Yeah, I think he's a better lyricist. I think he's a better storyteller. I think his flow is better. I think his instrumentals are better. They like, first off, this is a good album. This is straight up good album. Outside of like Thug Life, this is, I hate to say it, like better than every Tupac album I'd ever heard. And honestly, he manages to outdo basically everything Tupac did with this one album. Now, I don't think there's a song on this that hits quite as hard, except for maybe the final one, as like a Brenda's Got a Baby or a Dear Mama. But like, you got to keep in mind, when people talk about like the best of Tupac, you're picking out individual single songs, not entire albums. And like on a per album basis, Ready to Die outperforms it. It just outperforms, right?
I'm a firm believer of if an album is incredibly solid, then like you can have obviously good singles here and there, but if the album itself is a masterpiece, that's where you want that shine. You know what I'm saying?
God, I hate to say this with recent controversies, but that's part of like why I've always been like such a big Kanye fan, is because he's like to me, as someone who's a music tourist, I'll say, the way it works is like a single is great, right? A single is like you turn on an episode of television and you get a good episode and you're like, that's a good episode. I enjoyed watching that. But like an album is like a good book, right? It's got a beginning, a middle, and end, and it tells an entire story. And like some good episodic content, don't get me wrong. I like fucking watching a good episode and being entertained for fucking half hour / 3 minutes. But like, you get me down for a good book, you tell a story, you get me a narrative, you get me invested in your world, you make a fucking point. That's where the experience is, right? And I kind of 100%. Maybe this is like my tourist brain being like, I'm not super into music, so like I don't feel like I'm like an authority to speak on this, but like that's kind of where I feel with music, is like I treat it like the same way I would treat like a video game or like a book or like a TV show, where it's like if you keep me in it the whole time, that's more of an accomplishment. Right.
And I agree with that. Like I had this argument the other day with somebody about the Devil Wears Prada re-released their new album with extra songs and stuff like that, and somebody was like, well, I don't see the point in releasing extra songs when the album was already perfect. I'm like, yes, the album itself is already perfect, but the songs there were some remixes, some like dubstep remixes, some acoustic songs, 2 new songs, and 2 live songs. And I was like, well, the 2 new songs are part of the album too, so like those are the true ending to the book. It's so I was like, now you have to sit there and relook at this whole album with these 2 extra songs. Like, you don't need to count the acoustics or the remixes or anything like that, because they're just like additionals, you know. That's just like, so like we're talking, they're like, well, now I have to rank it lower in how I like it. I'm like, I was talking to the guy, I was like, I don't know why you would rank it lower. First of all, the two songs they released were fantastic, number one, but like, he's like, I think the album goes on too long now. I'm like, they're like it is 14 songs, and I'm like, what does that have to? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long an album is.
I can actually kind of sympathize with what this person's saying, because I feel a similar way, not to a song or anything. As like I was saying, I'm like a musical tourist here, but like I feel a similar sort of way to like Persona 5 Royal, where I enjoy the new content in Royal, but I do feel like it kind of takes away a bit from the overall experience, and it does like add a bit of a like unnecessary length and girth to it. And as someone who has to create like an active list for favorite search, I'm also like, well, I don't know how to rate Royal differently from the original P5, and I think the thing is like you just got to acknowledge version differences, right? So like whatever album in question this was, if I was that person, I'd be like, okay, I like the original more than the new version, because like the new version kind of like takes away, but like I wouldn't like drop the whole album. I'd be like, yeah, I just kind of prefer the original to the remaster. So like I can sympathize and understand where they're coming from, but I also would just be like, well, the simplest solution is just differentiate between the two editions. Like people do, I feel, and I know people do this with like music all the time, because like they do some like remastering and some remixing to a lot of songs, especially old ones that came out like the Beatles and shit get remastered and remixed all the time, and some mixing is just bad and some mixing is better, and like so sometimes you do have to specify. It's like, okay, I liked the 70s version of this song, but the 80s remix, that was ass, like stuff like that. So. And I know Devil Wears Prada wasn't around in the 70s and 80s, but you get what I'm getting at, right? Because I was talking Beatles.
Yeah. No, like I could see his point of view, but like I was looking at it like there was more story to tell, you know, like this was the DLC of this album. And like the song, the way I think it ends better, because like the last when the album originally came out, like Cancer was like the last track, and I always like that as an ending, but like Ignorance is a way better album ender in my opinion. Like it does feel out of place a little bit because the way Cancer ends, and then Reaching Starch, which is the first of the two new songs. But I think as a whole, it amplifies the CD better than anything. So that's just my opinion.
Two points about you make that, because that's actually interesting, because Ready to Die by Biggie Smalls was actually also had a remaster version that came out in 2006. And the original ending to Ready to Die was a song called Suicidal Thoughts, but the remastered version added two more songs, Who Shot You and some other fucking song I don't remember off the top of my head. And like they added it, I believe, after Suicidal Thoughts. And the important thing is Suicidal Thoughts needs to be the final song in Ready to Die.
Yeah.
It needs to. Like, I think the album would be worse if it ended on anything less than its original ending. Like, I think Biggie was right. And I think when they came back in 2006 and are like, let's add on to this Biggie album, I think they made a terrible decision.
Yeah, no, that happens a lot. Like in music in general, like they'll
not that like those songs are bad or anything, because they're Biggie songs at the end of the day. But Suicidal Thoughts needed to be the end.
Yeah, there's just some songs that are the end of the album, and they need to be the end of the album.
Yeah,
and I get that, but sometimes they can release like a new song or something like that that can kind of replace the ending, or just amplify it in general. Because like if like in the case with Color Decay, like I would probably have Ignorance as the last song of the album, but also it could end with Cancer, no problem.
Sure,
because they're both good enders.
As a quick point about this specific album, first off, I think a lot of these 90 hip hop albums are too fucking long. That might be me. A lot of them are like an hour, hour and a half or something like that. I'm like,
I think that was just music in general back then. Like they just try to make it as long as possible.
I'm like, this is too much. You cut a few of these fucking songs out.
Like Tool's a good example. First of all, I hate Tool, and I'm not afraid to say that out loud.
Sure.
But like their albums were always like fucking like an hour or so long, and I think that's what put me off to them. Like at a young age, was like it was such a slog to listen to, and like, yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
I think that's why I like pop punk albums more, because like a pop punk song is like maybe 4 minutes max sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So like you got like 10 of those, and you're looking at maybe like we'll say like a 32 to 40 minutes tops. That's like a solid length for an album. And then like I get older, and now there's bands like Periphery that I listen to where they have 12 to 60 minute long songs sometimes, but they don't feel long. Yeah, but they don't feel long because they feel like they kind of like flow good, and you're like, wow, this song was like really long. Like they have a song called Race Car that is, I think, 16 and a half minutes, and I listened to it at work earlier, and like I forgot what song it was, and I looked, and I'm like, fuck, that's right, this song's like 15 minutes, like 60 minutes long, and I'm like at 15 right now.
Lil Wayne has a song called like 10,000 Bars, which is like 20 minutes. I think that's like the longest song I've ever listened to.
I think 22 minutes is like my longest song, yeah. And that's not counting like compilations on Clone Hero.
Sure, yeah, obviously, yeah. For the record, 10,000 Bars has an interesting story because Lil Wayne famously doesn't write down any of his like raps or anything. He just goes off the top of his head. Or like tries to remember what the fuck he actually wrote. And if he is in a scenario where he forgets what the fuck the lyric was, he'll just make it up on the spot. But yeah, so 10,000 Bars, famously, he like walked into the studio one day with every rap he'd ever written down. He was like, hey, get a bunch of beats going. And they're like, okay, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm rap all of these. And they're like, what? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to rap every single bar I've ever written that I haven't used yet. And then he did it. And then from that point on, he never wrote down a single rap. And that is why that song is 20 minutes long.
That's fair, yeah.
Get rid of this catalog. Boosh!
Yeah, like the ones that are always like longer than, I'll say 6 minutes, are like the guys that went to like fucking like Berkeley and shit, like for college. Then they're just like, you know what? Fuck you guys. We're gonna write this fucking dummy long song.
Yeah.
Like there's 3 bands I know off the top of my head that have like a 12-minute plus song, and they're fucking bangers. They're so good.
I know there's I think probably this, realistically, like off the top of my head that I can actually think of the other long song that I've like listened to a bunch is like Kanye West's Runaway, and I'm gonna be honest, I think that song goes on
song, right?
9, and I think it goes on a bit long. To be totally honest, I get where he's going with it. I think it's a little long.
Yeah. My buddy who's a huge Kanye West fan also says the same thing. He's like, could have shaved off like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. And like someone who's like not into rap music, I'm like, what are they doing for that long that the song needs to be that long?
There's a lot of like piano refrains and shit, and like I think there's much like a lot of verses, but yeah, he
I can understand like the Little Wayne thing because it's like, you know, it's all lyrics, but like when it comes to like metal music, like there's like the instruments, like that's what makes the song longer than it like needs to be, except for Race Car, because that is mostly lyrics and instruments too in the background.
Okay, as someone who is openly not a big metal fan, that is actually something that like gets me about like metal music and a bit of rock music also is solos. I hate them. Someone like, I get it, you're very technically skilled at the guitar, I don't need 2 minutes of it, please stop.
Okay, that's fair, and I can understand where you, because so at first I didn't like shit like that either. Like my smooth brain was not a fan of like the technical stuff on guitar.
Yeah.
Until like I feel like I got like a little bit older and like I started like learning like music theory and stuff like that. And that's when I was like, okay, this is like actually like super good. Like now I watch like guitar videos and shit all the time, even though like I play a little bit of guitar, but like I watch it more so because it's fascinating to me now.
Well, we've talked
So
a little bit about like late Eminem stuff, like post recovery Eminem, where he's like super hard into the technical side, and this is the kind of stuff that like back in the '90s, people were like, "Oh my god, this fucking white boy's crazy! Look at like this, look at this fucking rhyme scheme. Look how he's hitting the beats like this." And like from a purely technical level, right? It's like, yeah, Eminem's doing shit with like raps nowadays that like you couldn't even fucking dream of during the earlier conception. Like technical masterpiece. Like Rap God is fucking bonkers how technically masterful that song is. It sounds like shit. Like, late game Eminem songs sound fucking bad. I don't care that he's doing crazy bullshit with like the most complex rhyme schemes you've ever seen. I hate listening to it with my ears.
No, that's fair, yeah. Like people are always like, oh, like what band should I listen to? Like if I'm trying to get into this, I'm like, honestly, like that depends on like what kind of shit you want to listen to, because like with all the subgenres and everything, like you can just listen to straight like you know, like heavy shit. You can listen to like technical shit. You can still listen to stuff that's like in between. Like there's like so much. If you want music about aliens, I got you, fam. Like there's everything.
I think I would say like correct me if you disagree, but like I would say like as far as like music goes, and honestly every other type of art too, like painting or like movies or shit like that, right? Like the technical stuff, that's for people who already know the technical details and can appreciate the level of skill you are putting on display.
Correct. Yeah.
But like if you're someone that's like, I just want to hear some fucking cool music, or I just want to see a good movie, I don't want to be fucking floored by your technical mastership. I want to be entertained. And that's like I said, like I've been describing myself all the time as like a music tourist. Like I'll acknowledge the technical mastery of Rap God, but like I genuinely I want to fucking hear a real Slim Shady is what I want to hear. Like
no, I completely understand that. Yeah.
It's definitely for like people in the industry who are in the know. They're like, woo boy, whereas I'm like,
And like I feel like that's something like I'm doing a lot more with like everything now, like especially like movies and stuff like that. Like I noticed like because I got into like VFX and like stuff like that for like a while, like watching like that stuff and like critical breakdowns of that type of shit. So like I feel like I'm just like more into like the technical aspects of most things now. Like I'll be watching like any like a movie in theaters now, and like I'll notice like a weird like CGI mishap now, and I'm just like fuck.
yeah.
Which sometimes like will take me out of the movie a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But it's also like okay, like that's kind of cool that like I can like look at stuff and like that kind of with that kind of lens now.
Yeah.
But it needs to stop when I'm trying to enjoy something for the first time.
Yeah. So genuine advice as someone who regularly and routinely reviews anime and video games. The further down the path of critical eye you try to develop, the worse the problem gets. It will not turn off.
Yeah, I know.
It
that's
does
like,
not turn on.
Yeah.
Like, this is your warning from someone who has been reviewing things for over 10 years. Stop now. There will be a turning point, and you will not be able to go back.
It's probably honestly the worst with like music.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I can imagine.
Yeah, like from being like a musician and especially like writing my own like lyrics and stuff like that, I will fucking destroy albums. Sometimes I'm like, whoever wrote this album is a fucking idiot. Like this, or like I was listening to a song the other day, by like some band I've never heard of, and I'm like, I was like, what'd I say? I'm like, this song sounds like they just threw it into it. They just wrote sad song into an AI generator, and just this is what it pumped out because it was like the most generic shit I've ever heard in my life.
That is the most cutting review of any song that I've never heard the name of before that I've ever heard.
I couldn't even tell you what the name of the song or the band was because like I like immediately flushed it out of my memory. It was just so boring.
Yeah.
Like the entire thing was like written by AI almost. Like it felt like it was just bland.
No, I get that. But anyway, the Notorious B.I.G's Ready to Die is actually a really good album. I wouldn't say it's a heavy concept album for sure. There's like some conceptual lines in this. Biggie's technical level on this is actually really impressive, though. Like he's very comfortable at like switching up his flow, changing his rhyme schemes, leaning into a word, and then pivoting at the last second into a different rhyme scheme. He keeps you very interested. I reviewed a Beck album called Mellow Gold on this podcast before, if everyone remembers that, and the closest I can like compare to what we've talked about as far as music on this podcast to Ready to Die is that Beck album. Like Biggie kind of feels to me in this album as like the rap version of a Beck in this album to that album is what I'm saying. Like he's very comfortable at changing his flows, his inflections. He's a lot more animated. I hate to compare him to Tupac. He's a lot more animated than Tupac. Puts emphasis on some interesting roles. There is a fucking song on this album about Biggie getting a blowjob, and it is genuinely more interesting than like 98% of every single Tupac song. Like straight up. Yeah, Biggie's very good, and I'm pleasantly surprised in that. I always kind of like preferred Biggie singles to Tupac singles. I would almost say like I feel like Tupac, if we're like comparing the two, is to me he feels very much like a singles artist, right? He like comes out with these like big name titles, and you hear him, and you're like, fuck, boy, that is great. Because, like, yeah, Brenda's Got a Baby, Dear Mama, like, those songs are legendary for a reason. Those are phenomenal. Those are better than any song on this album.
That was a huge thing in, like, the 90s and like, in the tail end of the 80s, too, like, the one-hit wonders or, like, the one-hit singles.
Yeah, well, using singles to sell albums is like the strategy, and it's very popular, especially in like pop music. But in that way, I feel like Tupac's almost like gangster rap pop music, if that kind of makes any sense. Like I don't feel like he has a pop rap music style, but I feel like he takes a pop music approach to gangster rap. And I know Don Killuminati is supposed to be a very like, even like his personal albums still feel very generic gangster rap, whereas I feel like Biggie, especially in this album, even though it's just the first one, brings in so much more personality. I feel like I know Biggie more in this one album than I know about Tupac in all 5 of his albums combined. But yeah, this is a very good album. But you remember I said, like, Suicidal Thoughts has to be the end of this album? The intro to this album involves Biggie's mom, like, pushing him out and he's being born, right? And then you get to hear a bit of him, like, growing up, and then it kicks into the album. It's not a concept album. It's just, like, the bookends of it, right? But then Suicidal Thoughts ends with Biggie calling a friend on the phone and, like, talking about, like, the doubts he's been having and about how he kind of wants to die, and how he's been thinking about a suicide. And the entire time you hear in the background his friend just, like, yelling at him. It's like, hey, don't do this. Like, be safe. Where's your girl? Put your girl on the phone. What's going on? Are you okay? What's happening? And then the end of the song ends with the sound of a gunshot. And, like, that's how this album ends. And you're like, fuck. And, like, when I heard that, I was like, yo. Like, yo, whoa. I wasn't expecting that to be the end. And, like, in the original, like, version that, like, Biggie created in, like, 96, that would be, like, the end of the album for Ready to Die. And that's fucking phenomenal. Like, most of the album doesn't have too much to do with, like, Biggie going through his life, but, like, the bookends on that are still pretty strong. And conceptually, it's higher level than anything Tupac ever did. But, like, then in, like, the 2006 remaster, imagine ending with Suicidal Thoughts, Biggie shoots himself, he's dead, that's the end of Ready to Die, and then Who Shot You plays. You sure? Sure about that? Sure you wanted to play that song right then?
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty bad.
Not to say Who Shot You is a bad song, it's decent. It wouldn't even be the best song on this album, but, like, I know it's like a famous Biggie signal. That's why it's on the album. They had to put it in something. But, like, you sure after Suicide? Even if you put it right before Suicidal Thoughts, I think it would be an improved experience. But yeah, that's Ready Die. It's a good album. It's an easy 7 out of 10, maybe even an 8 out of 10. Honestly, like a rounded up 8 out of 10. This is just a very good album. As far as classic like gangster rap hip hop. Before we go on to our next topic, I'm done. I don't think you have anything to say. You haven't listened to either of these albums, have you? You're not like a big hip hop head.
I know of them.
Yeah.
Like I've never I know some of the songs on them and stuff like that, but I've never fully listened to them now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I know of them.
Yeah, I think I mentioned a bit of this before, but I'm like, I want to get a bit more into music. I like music. The thing is, like, there are people who are really, really into music. Like you assume I know. Like I assume you, being like a musician yourself, like who are like music's like their big thing.
I dabble.
Yeah, music's never going to be my big thing, and I'm aware of it. Like,
fair, yeah.
it does not hit me the way it hits other people. Like, there are people that it's like, oh yeah, I've cried during a song. Never happened. Probably never gonna happen. Closest I got was I almost cried while like during a fucking practice run of my Snake Eater, like when I was like practicing Snake Eater. But like realistically, it wasn't my song bringing myself to tears. It was fucking Snake Eater. I'm not fucking, what's her name? I'm gonna go with Adele because I couldn't think of the person I was actually trying to think of.
That's fair.
But like, but yeah, music's never gonna be a big thing. But I want to like if I had to like choose a genre, and I obviously, you know, I've said before, I once had like the biggest, most popular like techno playlist on YouTube. I don't anymore, but I had for a good number of years. I did. But like if I had to like get super into a genre, I was like, well, I've always been like a big hip hop fan, so I wouldn't mind like going, and I've always had like a respect for like hip hop and rap, right? Which I recently found out is an acronym for rhythm and poetry. That's fun. So I've always had like a lot of respect for like rap as a genre, especially growing up with it in the ghetto and shit. So like if I had to pick a genre where I'd like to get invested with it, I wanted to go like back and listen to like hip hop and rap and shit like that. But it's never gonna be like my number one thing, I'm sure. Like that's always gonna be like anime or video games or some shit. But
music is like, for me, it's always been like a go-to thing, mm-hmm. You know. Because like I can watch a movie any day, but like music speaks to me in a way that just other forms of media don't for some reason. So like it doesn't hit everyone the same way. Like some people just listen to music like just because of the music, because music, you know, it's fun to listen to. Like that's why people like stuff like, you know, like rap and mm-hmm. like pop and stuff like that. But I think that's why I'm more drawn to the type of music that I personally listen to, because of that emotional and like that emotional aspect of it. I think that's what draws me more to that sort of genre. I'm not saying that like rap and stuff can't be emotional, which it can be. I think it's just more the stuff I what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, may I cut in briefly on the point, because I think I might be able to like more eloquently put it, because when you did mention like rap and pop, I'm like, okay, I have a little bit of a disagreement on that. Is like music really heavily delves into like the concept of pathos and emotional appeal, because really it's hitting you with like essentially one of your senses, right? It's just sound is the basic idea of it, right? And so like I think the music I think if you disagree with this, because I'm basically trying to put words in your mouth, is that like the music you listen to emotionally appeals to you. It is effective pathos for you, but that is not necessarily to say that like rap or pop cannot have an emotional effect, cannot be emotionally effective, cannot have a strong pathos. It's just not necessarily something that connects to you as frequently as what you more specifically listen to.
Correct. Yeah, like it speaks to me in a different language than something else would. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I did grow up like in like a poor area, like I guess that you would call in the ghetto. Mm-hmm. But rap music is obviously some of it's like about that type of stuff, mm-hmm. but it doesn't speak to me on the same way as like let's say an emotional breakup would. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's part of my childhood and stuff like that, but it didn't like affect me in certain ways that other things did. So I guess like when it comes to life experiences, through the genre that I listen to, just make it makes more sense in that regard, I guess.
Yeah, it affects you differently, but the main thing I wanted to clarify was that like pop and rap can have that effect on people, just not.
No,
it doesn't typically do
I
it too specifically. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. That it just doesn't hit me in that same way.
Yes. And yeah, I'm fine with that. And like, the thing is, most people are affected by music. This is the thing that like, now some people make music their whole fucking personality. I've known people like that. I wouldn't even say like you don't seem to do that. Like you have fucking Nintendo logo on your hat. So it's, but like there are people that's like their only thing is music. You've probably met people like that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know people. So like my thing has always been I can't have one thing define who I am and like what I like. Because I like multiple things.
Absolutely.
So like one day you'll see me wearing a Divorce Prada shirt. The next day you'll see me wearing something like this.
Yeah.
You know, the next day it'll be a video game shirt or something like that. Because my personality and who I am is rooted in multiple different things and not just one thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I love music. Music is a big part of my life. I like going to concerts. I like obviously listen to music every day. You know, and obviously when I made music, I enjoyed that thoroughly. But like, obviously, video games are a big part of me and who I am. And obviously, anime. Like, if you look, like that's what like I always tell people. Like, if you come into this room, like you'll figure out a lot of me as a person because obviously you'll see my video game stuff. I have music stuff on the wall. I have all my CDs. Well, not all my CDs, but a good amount of CDs like around, and just everything. Like, my general personality is in its entirety on display in this place.
Yeah. Whereas like that, and that's how most people are, and I would say that's what like most like adjusted people are. Like if you can go in their room and like tell a lot about them, chances are they're living their best life, right? But like some people's like whole gimmick is like, oh, I like music, that's it, that's my thing, I like music. And like if that does it for him, that's fine. But then there are people on like the other extreme of that where it's like, I enjoy music when I hear it randomly on a radio. Yeah. And that's me. And I know that's a minority. Most people like are in varying degrees in the middle of that. They're like, I really like music. These are a few songs or artists that speak to me. Maybe they're super basic. Maybe they're like fucking Swifties or something. Or maybe they're like way more extreme where it's like, oh, you don't know fucking King Crimson? What a fucking loser, right? What, you've never fucking heard OK Computer? Get the fuck out of here. And then there are the people that are like all at the end there. It's like music is the only thing I think of. I would die if there was no music. And like most people are in the middle of that, but like I'm way on the other extreme where it's like I enjoy some occasional music. So like, yeah, it's never going to be my big thing, but like I am trying to get a bit more into hip hop, specifically listen to some classic hip hop. And I had this thought a bit like after like listening to all the Kanye albums where I'm like, why not broaden my horizons a bit? That's when I went into like Tyler the Creator, and then I wanted to go after Tyler. I wanted to go into Kendrick, but then I was like aware of T-Pab, and I'm like, well, you cannot listen to Pimp a Butterfly if you do not listen to all of fucking Tupac. Like, I need to hear Tupac before I go to Pimp a Butterfly. So then I listened to all of fucking Tupac. And then I'm like, well, if I'm going Tupac, you gotta go Biggie. And like, maybe I'm probably not even gonna go to Kendrick immediately. Like, maybe I'll go to Nas, Jay-Z, Lil Wayne. Maybe I'll go to Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, stuff like that. Like, there's fucking like 20, 30, 40 years of like high quality like rap across all the decades for me to delve into.
There's
like,
some bangers out there. Like I don't personally listen to it, like, but when I was like into that genre of music, like I got into like a lot of like the 80s and 90s stuff. Because I that was like in the early 2000s when I was like kind of getting into it. But I only did it because that's what my friends were doing, and I realized this is not the type of music that I want to listen to for my whole life. And that's when I kind of like pivoted back to like what I was originally listening to, which was like back then it was like Blink-182, Sum 41, Simple Plan, like shit like that, like pop punk and stuff like that, which eventually evolved into metal somehow. So just how it did. It just fucking. I went from Blink-182 one day to Killswitch Engage. It just happened.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean it happens.
you know. But yeah, I feel like as I get older, like I'm also kind of in the middle of that too, because like I don't make music my life, but it is always going to be an important thing in my life, and I always I always try to show people that stuff too, like
Yeah.
if somebody's
I mean,
like,
you have a
know,
guitar
like,
in your background, so
yeah, but also if somebody's like, hey, I'm looking for some music, can you give me some recommendations? I will be like, absolutely, I can do that.
Yeah.
Because I have such a my Spotify playlist is ridiculous. So I have something for almost everyone. You want like rap metal? I have rap metal. It's there.
I think Ice Cube has a rap metal band, doesn't he?
Ice-T does.
Ice-T does.
Yeah, it is called
Those are two very different people, by the way, despite how similar their names are.
I cannot remember the name of it, but yeah, it's a thing. And they are not good.
But yeah, just as a quick point, like music's never gonna be a big thing, but I do want to broaden my horizons. That's why I'm like delving into like classic hip hop and shit. And you got to know where your genre, you got to know the origins before you start experiencing the newer shit. So,
like, I hate Metallica and Slayer, but I respect them for what they did for my genre.
Yeah, no, that's fair. A lot of people. I was surprised. Like, to me, I was like, Metallica has some of like the only metal that I like occasionally listen to. Just one or two songs, obviously, as one you would imagine. But yeah, I was surprised to find out like a lot of metal fans are like, "Yo, Metallica, they fucking suck." And I'm like, "Oh, really? Interesting. Okay."
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, everyone knows Saint Anger was not, but like apparently it's like all of their albums too, huh?
Recorded on a trash can.
Yeah, sure. Pissed for a solid minute. There was so much in there. It was like,
those long pieces are the best piece sometimes.
It's just like, oh god, that is fucking jam packed. Before we go on to the next topic or anything, I do want to say about the Snake Eater rendition. One of the reasons I had to practice is like I found out that I didn't know the lyrics to fucking Snake Eater all the way through, because apparently this was written by a Japanese dude who did not know English, and so what I was basically singing made more fucking sense than the actual goddamn lyrics. So I had to teach myself the actual nonsense English lyrics in order to do that song.
10 out of 10.
All right, are you ready for the next one?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, well, before we go on to our next topic, John, there is something important I have to do.
Oh, you fucking Christ.
All right, sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was important. Hello, and welcome to Metal, Chuunibyou, and Other Delusions, the second episode of this segment of the podcast, where, of course, I give you a quote, and it could either be a Chuunibyou quote or it could be metal lyrics, and it is up to John to figure out which one is which. Now, this is the second episode of this, and just gonna do a friendly reminder here that we have had 2 episodes of this now, and still 0 episodes of rap, nursery rhymes, and other silly things, despite the fact that John promised that this would be a show that was going to happen at some point.
To be fair, I forget.
So,
you know what's funny? I probably have that like sticky note like somewhere around here too. Like, it's probably this one.
Was it that one?
No.
Okay.
It is not that one.
Care to share, or was it?
Is it this one? This is also not that one. Okay. Oh, here's my guitar picks I was looking for. That's good.
Well, at least this had some benefits.
Yeah.
So, yes, I am going to read you something, and it is either going to be a Chuunibyou quote, which is, of course, as a reminder, 8th grade syndrome, which is something that happens in Japan, where an 8th grader will come in and they will just pretend that they're like possessed by a demon or have a magical eye or some bullshit. And I discovered this during Power Metal, where I realized there's a lot of overlap between that and metal lyrics. Or it could also be metal lyrics. Now, what I've also discovered last time, what makes this show so fucking hard, is that meta lyrics are part of a song, which means that there has an inherent rhythm to them, which makes it a lot easier to tell if something is a lyrics to a song or a quote from a Chuunibyou. And so, to counteract that, there has been an addendum to the rules, which is that the lyrics must be in the correct order, and I am not allowed to change the wording. However, some transitional phrases may be cut out to better enable the program.
That's fair.
So be aware of that. So there's like a little bit of a snip, but nothing is changed or edited, which is very important because otherwise it would not be a quote. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready to play the game?
I'm glad you brought this back because this is great.
It's very hard to produce is the problem, because every time I eat through a bunch of Chuuni quotes. And like I can just look up metal music and then lyrics, and I'll have fucking 50 years of metal lyrics to purse through, but it's a lot harder to find Chuuni quotes. So this is why it's such an irregular segment. The last on topic was the last time. Okay, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
To the lions throw meat, bones to the dogs, pure souls to the dragons. I am a vile demon. Now, is that a Chuuni quote, or is those metal lyrics?
I'm going to go with Chuuni quote.
You're going to go with a Chuuni quote. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 85% positive on that.
Okay. It is, in fact, a Chuuni quote. You're correct.
Nailed it.
Do you have any idea what it's from?
No.
Okay. It is from Nitro Plus from Mega Dimension Neptunia.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so where was this confidence coming from?
It sounded like too much like an actual metal song. So like there's no way. Like,
you read my brain too hard on that one, huh?
Yeah, I definitely saw where you were going with that one.
All right.
I was like, this one is a little bit too obvious.
This one's too much? Okay.
Yeah.
There's a metagame going on. I don't know how to counter that. My soul was spawned from hell, put on this earth to melt it down to the core. I'll make you feel such pain.
Oh, that one's
quote
actually
or metal lyrics.
That is actually a pretty tough one because that can go either way. I'm gonna go with metal lyric though.
You're gonna go with metal lyrics. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
That's my final answer. Yeah.
It is correct. Now, do you have any idea what that is from?
No, it sounds familiar though.
That is from the song Power Metal by Pantera.
Okay. I do not like Pantera.
That's fine. All right, now the last one is the special one. This is the one you got wrong last time. I'm going to give you a Chuuni quote, and I'm going to give you metal lyrics, and you're going to have to tell me which one is the Chuuni quote and which one is the metal lyrics. All right? I have every confidence you'll get this. You're doing so well so far. Take hold of my hand, for you are no longer alone. Walk with me into hell. Or...
Oh, that's metal lyric.
You sure about that?
That's Lamb of God.
Okay, yeah, I got a little too fancy, huh?
Yeah, that was Lamb of God.
All right. Well, no reason for the next one, then I'll save the quote for later.
Yeah, that one, 100% Lamb of God. I know that lyric.
Got a little ambitious. Got a little ambitious on that one. All right, I'll save the next quote because I'm running low on Chuuni quotes more than anything. You are correct about where that is from, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, I knew that one right off the bat.
Ah, darn.
Yeah, I literally just heard that song like a couple days ago. So.
Ah, darn.
That's like, and I don't listen to Lamb of God very often, but like I do listen to them. So that's why I was like, yeah, I know that.
Ah, oh well. You did good though. You got it. I'm gonna save the other. I'm gonna save the Chuuni quote for later though.
That's a 3 for 3. So
That
I
is a
nailed
3
it.
for 3. You've done excellent at this show so far. I did want to throw you a real softball in the first one, but unfortunately, the band I was listening to, I couldn't find I didn't find the lyrics, and I couldn't understand what the fuck was being said. But but I did want to throw you a real softball in the first question, and unfortunately, it just did not work through.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to use a band called Conquer the Clouds for the first quote.
Like I wouldn't know my own fucking lyrics.
I said I wanted to throw a softball.
It's fun. It's funny that you mentioned that because I was gonna like message you like 2 weeks ago, be like, you should just review my band's AP on the podcast and just throw everyone off.
I listened to like one of the songs, but I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is being said here.
That's fair, yeah. I fortunately know what
I'm sure you did, but I didn't have the lyrics, so I couldn't have fucked it. I figured it was gonna be a softball. I always like try and throw like 1 or 2 softballs just because I want you to get them, but
yeah, because you did like a Brand of Sacrifice song last time.
I did, yeah. It was from like Lifeblood, yeah.
Oh god, that whole album's so good.
Yeah, no. I'm not trying to make an unstoppable game show. You don't stand a chance of winning in this segment. All right, are we ready to move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
All right. And moving on to the next topic, we of course have Anime Dartboard, the segment of the podcast where we review an anime that is English dubbed of a length of no greater than 350 minutes. We watched Last Dart, Tsukihime, Lunar Legend, or what the fuck was the English name of this? I probably know the Japanese name better than I know the English name, to be totally honest with you.
Lunar Legend,
Lunar Legend Tsukihime? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think of Lunar Legend Tsukihime, John?
I kind of enjoyed it.
What you need to know about this anime, by the way, is they never made it, and there is no Tsukihime anime, according to the fans of the Tsukihime novel.
I kind of liked it. I watched this, I think, 2 days after the last podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of remember what happened.
That's
but
fine.
I also have the episode list with the description pulled up just in case, which is my new thing that I do.
Okay.
Because I have terrible memory.
Is that the new thing? The new thing you do is cheat?
So here's the thing. I can watch it right after the podcast, so I get it done, or I don't watch it immediately after we talk about it, and then I forget about it, and then I don't watch it at all.
That's very fair. Watch it
because I will procrastinate like a motherfucker.
I'd usually watch it after whatever anime I had just watched.
So those are the options there. So I've been trying to watch everything like right after we talk about it, so that way I can get it done and at least have it in my brain somewhat. But that's why some of these cheat sheets are fun.
Now, you know what? I'm okay with the notes and stuff. So yeah,
I should really start taking notes. Yeah.
Lunar Legend Tsukihime is based off of a Type Moon light novel, and I was exactly correct at why I wanted to watch it. It was because it was a Type Moon light novel, and I wanted to watch it so I better understood the characters for when I eventually watch Carnival Phantasm, which crosses over with this, Fate Stay Night, and Kara no Kyokai. Which my Kara no Kyokai episode are, I was about to say, starting to go up on YouTube, and that's wrong. They will start to go up on YouTube in like a month from now, because I forget I upload everything very far in advance, but they will be coming over the next few months as Kara no Kyokai reviews, I guess. Spoilers. Not like I haven't had them on my channel for fucking ever. But yeah, I thought it was okay. If I was a major like Tsukihime fan, like Tsukihime fans actually are, I think I might be able to understand where they're coming from, why they don't like this as much more, because it does feel like a lot of the characters are underdeveloped in this, and the plot does feel a bit rapid fire, especially the resolution to the plot does feel like it kind of comes up a little too quickly, right? But I enjoyed it for what it was. Oh yeah, by the way, I also believe this is Suki. At the time, I believe that Type Moon required all of their visual novels to be erogaves, which is to say that I'm pretty sure that there was a decent amount of porn that got cut out of this anime adaptation from the original version.
Oh,
I do know specifically in like episode 11 there is like the end of like the sex scene where he's with where like the main character is with like the vampire girl and they're just like naked in
yeah.
bed, and I'm like, that was definitely in the game. You definitely saw 100% of that when you were in the game, for sure, Z's. But I bet you there was a lot more that got cut out from that scene. Like, from other scenes. Like, there's no way there was only one porn scene in the entire game, knowing Type of Moon at the time. But yeah, I enjoyed it enough. The eyes that like see fractures in the world are very similar to like the like killer eyes or like the death eyes or whatever the fuck it's called in Kara Kyokai. They might even be the same eyes. I might just be talking about my ass here. It's been a while since I watched Kara Kyokai. But yeah, no, I liked the characters enough. I liked the vampire girl. The main character was okay. Like, it was very blasé to me. I don't know. What about you?
Yeah, it's pretty mid. It was a pretty mid show. Like, I didn't hate it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also didn't like thoroughly enjoy it. Like, it was just kind of like it felt like work. Like watching it, you know what I mean? Like except for I wasn't getting paid for this work, so I was kind of like, it's only 13 episodes, so I can make it through. But I didn't hate it, you know. Like I just like I liked it enough where I was like, I would watch like 2 or 3 episodes a day or something like that until I finished it. So I think it took like 3 or 4 days or whatever. So
This is my
I was
10th
like,
margarita.
So yeah, like it was fine, you know, like it wasn't offensive, it wasn't terrible, and like I can say I enjoyed it, but not like I wasn't like in love with it, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very if we're good enough, like, I don't feel like this warrants too much discussion as far as like characters or plot or narrative or even
No,
themes,
there's
right?
really not much
It's
to it.
it's really, like, I use the word blasé, and I really think that kind of sums up. It's a very blasé experience. I can see why if you're a big fan of the novel, you might be like, this anime sucks dick, because like
Yeah.
chances are the experience of, oh, this is mediocre at best, is probably way more infuriating to you if you cared about the source material. But as someone who's never like read the original novel, I don't super care. So
That's why sometimes going in completely ignorant is the best way to do it.
yeah. If you ever want to not care that there is in fact a Tsukihime anime, just erase the original Tsukihime from your brain, and you'll have a mediocre time with vested exclusively in mind control powers.
Love that.
But yeah, I do like the character designs. I do like a lot of those like early Type of Moon designs. I think some of like the later Type Moon designs get a little out of hand. I like this like rugged simplicity of, especially like the Vampire Girls design. And there's some interesting lead into like the mysteries and stuff. I just don't feel like it's like super satisfying. I don't feel like the world is super well explored at the end either. It's fine. It's passable. I would say if I had to give it a score, I'd go 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd probably give it probably like a 6, honestly. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's not bad.
Just because like I didn't hate it, but like I said, it's very mid.
Well, would a mid not be a 5 though? Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, but I like.
So you did get some enjoyment out of it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I gotta go with a 6. Like I didn't hate it.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
But it definitely wasn't great though.
No. It was definitely, in fact, not great.
Yeah, it was like it was okay.
It was okay. All right, moving on to the actual start. We ready to throw the start?
Let's do it. Let's throw that fucking dart.
Let's throw that fucking dart, mate. Let's get fucking dart throwy. Is it on screen? I actually can't physically tell. You got grayed out, but I'm just trying to make sure that the actual physical dart is on the screen. Okay, it is. You're grayed out, though. Can I put it over here? Is it on screen? Can you confirm?
I can see it.
Yeah, but on the stream?
Yes.
Okay.
I can
All
see
right.
it, yeah.
So we're gonna go shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Big money, no whammies. What are we getting?
We got whammies.
Oh? Oh! I know what this is! Okay. Oh, no. You know what? This could be actually fun. All right, then. Aldenoa Zero.
I do like some fun.
All right. Aldenoa Zero. Fuck out of here. Yeah, fine. Keep your cookies. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, this is a fun little mech anime by A1 Pictures and Troika, directed by someone. Directed by Gen Urobuchi. Oh, I did not know that. Oh, apparently this was created by Gen Urobuchi. Oh, that's the like Song of Saya guy, isn't it? Yeah, he did like Fate. Yeah, he did Fate. He did the script for Madoka. Yeah, wow. Okay, no, that Gen Urobuchi's a good name to pop up actually. I'm going to tell you that right now, John.
No.
And let's see, created by Gen Urobuchi, A1 Pictures and Troika, 12 episodes. Just going to tell you right now, Crunchyroll and Funimation, but I swear I have seen it on Netflix. I'm pretty sure I saw it first on Netflix. So there's at least 3 sites for you to watch. And let's see, with an average score of 7.39, the discovery of Hypergate on Moon once allowed human race to teleport to Mars. Those who settle there unearthed a technology far more advanced than that of their home planet. They named Aldenoa. The discovery led to the founding of Ver's Empire of Mars and the declaration of war against Terrans. This is very similar to the plot of Gundam. Those who stayed behind on Earth. However, a battle on the moon, later called Heaven's Fall, caused the Hypergate to explode, destroying the moon and leading the 2 planets to establish an uneasy ceasefire. Their peace was a fragile one. However, 15 years later, high school student Inaho Kaizuka witnessed a plotted assassination of the Ver's Empire princess Ecilium Ver's Eluzia, who had come to Earth in hope of repairing the relationship between the Empire and its homeland. The ceasefire is shattered, and the Martians declare war on the Terrans once again. In the face of this insurmountable enemy, Inaho and his friends must fight against the Ver's Empire to settle war once and for all. Aldenoa Zero was streamed in Australia by Hanabi, in the UK by Anime Limited, and US by Aniplex of America, which means that it is impossible to purchase this without spending $3,000. The manga adaptation of the anime was published in 2014, written by Olympus Knights and illustrated by Phoenix, and the manga was licensed by Yen Prince in the US by 2015. The creator and director previously collaborated on Fate Zero. Fate Zero is fucking ass. Yeah, I said it. I said that on my own anime channel. Fate Zero sucks.
What?
And that was for people who knew, John.
Oh, okay.
Please ignore that I'm 10 margaritas in place.
I'm not gonna ignore that. It's fucking badass, bruh.
All right. Aldenoa Zero. What are you thinking of it?
It sounds probably. I feel like I've seen that somewhere.
Oh, have you actually seen it? We have to spin the dart.
What?
We have to throw another dart if you've actually seen it.
Like, not actually. I haven't. Like, I've seen it. Like,
you've seen it around. Okay. I was gonna say, if you've seen it, we actually need a new dart.
No, I haven't actually seen it. No.
Oh, okay. We're fine then.
No, yeah, we good. We Gucci, as the kids say.
Yeah, we Gucci.
Yeah,
kids have not
Gucci,
said that
bro.
since my day. So.
Yeah, we totally gooch, bro.
So yeah, what are you thinking? You have some good feelings. You got some bad feelings.
I feel like this is going to be one that we actually enjoy.
I've heard good things about it. I've heard a bit of a mixed things about it, but I have heard some good things about it. Gen Urobuchi is a good name to have pop up. He worked on a lot of famous works like Song of Saya, Fate Zero, Madoka Magica. I just listed a bunch of things I don't actually like, but I swear he's made at least one thing I've enjoyed at some point. I think he's overrated, honestly, is my issue. But yeah, no, I'm skeptically optimistic. I think there is a chance that this could be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, if it's on Funimation, maybe.
It's on Funimation and Crunchyroll.
So yeah, at least it'll be easy
I
to
have
watch.
for sure seen it on Netflix too, by the way. I don't know if it's still
I
on there. I don't know if the license got bought
probably
out,
seen it on
but
one of
you
those.
used to be able to watch this on Netflix.
Because I have a really good habit of just kind of like rolling through everything on Netflix and just being like, this looks cool.
Well, Netflix is most people I don't think realize how like Netflix has the best sorting algorithm in any website period. Netflix will get, if you should watch something, Netflix will fucking get it in front of your goddamn face, and if it doesn't know that you should watch it, you will not see it. You have to like search by name for Netflix a lot of times if you're like, no, I really do want to watch it though, because Netflix will bend genres around you.
Yeah,
like if it's like I really like action movies, and Netflix is like, you would really enjoy The Waterboy with Adam Sandler. It will put Waterboy as a fucking action movie for you to watch. It will be like, no, you don't fully understand. You should watch this movie. So,
and I'm like, you know what? You right, Netflix. I should watch this.
Yeah.
Because Mama said that I should watch this movie.
Indeed. So yeah, Elden Ring Zero, skeptically optimistic. I think it could be good. You think we're gonna like this. We're overdue for a good 6 or 7 out of 10, to be honest. It's usually like
we've had some stinkers.
If you kept your fucking Mal up to date, you would know I had actually an interest stack, and it would straight up tell you what your scores are, like what your average opinion of all of Dartboard combined is, for the record.
Well, I need to eventually do that.
Yeah,
I'll get to it.
But yeah, I think we're good on Dartboard. I think we're good to call that.
Dartboard.
All right. Well, that is the end of Dartboard. I think we're heading into the end of the podcast.
All right, it's not nighttime almost.
Huh?
I said it's almost not nighttime.
Oh, it's almost nighttime?
It's almost not nighttime.
All right. Oh, but hold on. I think I hear something. Do you hear that?
What's that?
I don't. What is that?
Surprise, motherfucker.
It sounds like it's time for Surprise Motherfucker, the new game show segment of the podcast. That is so named because it comes the fuck out of nowhere. I am, as always, your host, Sacrabalic, the expanding supernova, and I am here with our star of the show, ConquertheJohn. John, are you ready to play our new game show segment, Surprise Motherfucker?
I am now.
All right, John. Well, let's start us off with an easy one, all right? All right. So, starting us off with Sasuke Uchiha. Is that a yes or a no?
For what?
Is that a yes or a no, John? Sasuke Uchiha.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. The answer we're looking for is no. No point for you that round. All right, next question. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, the next question is this chair. Is this chair a yes or a no, John?
That is a yes.
You are correct, John. The answer is, in fact, a yes. Give yourself a point for that. You have 1 point.
Thank you.
All right, you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
All right, next up is Adam Sandler. John, is Adam Sandler a yes or a no?
Ooh. That's a good picture of Adam Sandler, too. Like, you... I'm going to have to go with yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. The answer we were looking for is no. Adam Sandler is, in fact, a no. A no point for you this round. All right, still 1 point on the board. All right, John, the next question is this table. Is this table a yes or a no?
I'm going to have to go with yes.
You are correct, John.
That's
this
a nice table
is, in fact, a yes. Give yourself your second point of the game. Good job so far. 50-50. All right, are you ready for the next one?
I'm ready.
All right, we have this majestic lion, John. Is this majestic lion a yes or a no?
I was waiting for it to pop up and be fucking Aslan from fucking Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe. I'm gonna have to go with no. That is not a majestic lion.
Oh, I am so sorry, John. The correct answer was yes. The answer was yes to the majestic lion. Oh no. All right, no point for you that round. All right,
Damn.
John, are you prepared for the next question?
I am.
All right, we're running out of questions. Be aware of that. All right, next up, we have this bar stool. Is this bar stool a yes or a no?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, John. The answer is actually no. This bar stool is, in fact, a no. No point for you that round. This isn't doing great, John. We're almost out of questions, and you're running out of points. Are you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Next up, we have this hermit crab. John, is this hermit crab a yes or a no?
There's two hermit crabs.
It doesn't change the effect. Was specifically the big one.
Oh, the big one? That's a yes for me.
That's a yes for you. The answer is yes for the hermit crab. Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty positive on that, Cotton.
Okay, well, unfortunately, the answer is no for this hermit crab. The answer was no on this hermit crab. I'm sorry, no point. All right, you're in a rough spot now, John. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the next one? All right, this robot dog. Is the answer a yes or a no on this robot dog?
Yes.
The correct answer was yes, in fact. You can give yourself your third point for this robot dog. Yes, indeed, John. This robot dog is a yes. All right, John, and now are you ready for your final question?
Yeah.
What was the question I was asking you? This one is worth 5 points.
You were asking me if it was a yes or a no.
No. What was the question I was really asking you? What was the common thread behind every yes?
If I would sit on something or ride on something.
Ooh, that was not the answer we were looking for. The answer we were looking for was every yes had 4 legs. We were looking for every yes had 4 legs, unfortunately. And with that, only 3 points is not enough to win you this game of...
Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker. I will attempt to cut out that pause later.
No, leave it. You gotta leave it now. It belongs in here now. Like, that is part of it now.
Well, it does now that you've said a whole thing about how that took an awkward amount of time, and now I have to leave it.
Yeah, like, it's a necessity now.
All right. So there you go. That is the end of our game show. And you remember I said we were going to have a little bit of a surprise in this stream? That was the surprise. Yes. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yes.
That was the surprise. Nothing else that happened was the surprise. That exclusively was the surprise I was talking about.
That was definitely the surprise, yeah. I didn't expect the Metal Lyric thing to come back. I definitely expected Fight Club, though.
Oh, no. Did you expect my rendition of Snake Eater?
I definitely didn't.
Okay, well, so then I think I've done my job in this podcast.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, now we're ready for the actual finale of the podcast, though. I guess we talk about when the fuck the next episode is happening?
The next episode, we can probably do it. Let's see, July.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. July 6th, probably, yeah.
You want to do July 6th?
Yeah,
should be for July 6th. If I'm not, I'll give you an emergency shout out.
Okay, yeah.
I'll know by like Wednesday or something, so you don't have to like set aside time or anything.
The week after I'm on vacation and I'm on a strict no doing anything thing that week.
Oh, absolutely. If you're on vacation, I fully understand, actually.
Yeah. So if not the 6th, then probably the 20th.
Yes, that would be very inconvenient, though. So let's go for the 6th.
Perfect.
You got a vacation going on? Where are you going?
I'm going here.
Yes, the best kind of vacation. All right, 11th margarita.
Yeah, I'm doing the old Oh, what? Staycation.
No. That's my favorite kind of vacation.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
That and blowjob land.
Yes, those are some pretty good places. I've personally never had one of those.
You've never been to blowjob land?
No.
Oh, it's in Connecticut. You've got to try it.
That is very close by.
Give it a go.
I'm like 15 minutes away from Connecticut.
No better place to get freshly made lollipops.
No better place to get a blowjob.
I've drank half a bottle of this.
Well, there you go.
All right. So I'm good to call it. I'll make, of course, the post about like Aldenoa Zero in Discord in like 11 minutes, and then I will stop fucking drinking because I need to stop drinking. Honestly, this is like a worrisome. I'm a little worried about myself. I might vomit. I overdid it. Is what I'm saying. But yeah. You're the host next time.
I will host.
I've hosted like 3 times. So hopefully next time I'll finish up with Fire Emblem Engage, and I'll dip my toe a little bit into Tears of the Kingdom probably. But we all know that I don't like to review things until I finish, and depending on how long it is, I don't see myself finishing Tears of the Kingdom. But
nah, it's a pretty beefy game.
Might get a few movies in or something. I don't know. And then like I did mention vaguely watching like some D&D podcasts or something, or like some World of Darkness. So maybe I'll have a few more topics next time. I'll at least try and get an album or something.
Definitely a few movies. I will probably be able to review Diablo 2.
Yes. Well, yeah, you're gonna watch the Flash movie tomorrow, right? You said.
Next week.
Next week.
Probably gonna go see Transformers at some point too.
There's a Transformers movie.
Yeah, it came out tonight.
Oh
so
no!
I'll probably see that, and I'll probably go see the new Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard about that. What's the name of this movie that they made?
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
That's the worst name in the entire franchise.
Tell
me I'm wrong.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Crystal Skull is more exciting as a phrase than Dial of Destiny. Come on.
I mean, that could be anything. It'd be like a TV dial. Like, don't touch that dial of destiny.
That's the exact point that I'm making. Is that's fucking boring. The Crystal Skull refers to very specific artifacts, whereas the Dial of Destiny is like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, the dial.
Yeah, the dial. Yeah, exactly.
Destiny, bro.
I'm reaching like the level where I'm stopping tipsy and I'm starting to become drunk. Which is amusing, but unfortunately, it happened too late in the podcast because we're actually at the end of the podcast.
All right. Well, everyone enjoy your month. We will see you when we see you, which is probably next month at some point.
July 6th, yes.
Everyone
6th. Watch Aldenoa Zero, or I will shit in your Cheerios.
Yummy.
Just right fucking in them, and I will have you know that my diet is very high in fiber. So there you go. It'll just be all over in there, and like I haven't tasted my own asshole, but because that would be an accomplishment. That'd be an accomplishment.
It would be an accomplishment.
There's some people that could do that. I'm not one of them. I'm not that flexible. I used to be that flexible probably when I was in high school. I used to be fucking super flexible in high school. I bend all over the fucking place. I probably licked my own asshole in high school, but like, nah. Adult sack ain't licking their own asshole. That ain't.
That's fair.
Ain't fucking tossing that salad. At this point, I gotta find a lady to toss salad. I think I've said before on podcast that like I'm not super into like butt stuff anymore. I had like a phrase in like my mid-20s where I'm like, yeah, I'll fuck this bitch in the ass, and then they're fuck it was fucking everywhere, John.
I know
it was such a mistake, dude. It was fucking everywhere, man.
We've all made bold decisions. Sometimes too bold.
I'm fucked up. I need to stop. We need to end this. I'm saying shit I shouldn't be saying.
Well, I have been the co-host of the evening. I've been John, aka ConquertheJohn. You can find me at everything on ConquertheJohn. And Zach, who have you been tonight besides drunk?
I've been fucking sacrabalic. You're expanding supernova. This has been On Topic. I'm on my like. What is this? Did I say 10 or 11? I don't remember.
You said 10 last.
This is my fucking 10th margarita, and I need to goddamn stop. All right, I will fucking see y'all little bitches next time.
Motherfucker.
You know, fucking surprise, motherfucker. That's going to be a reoccurring segment, by the way. If this isn't the last episode of this podcast, you will be seeing that fucking that's going to be a new fucking thing, is the thing. Bye-bye. I can't find the camera. I'm too drunk.